Well, all right then. Welcome to Learning Web Design, or a Workthrough of it at least. In fact, I went ahead and changed the title here to Workthrough Learning Web Design, and because I think it's more accurate. I have a feeling that some of the people who saw the word progressive in the title before may have misunderstood to think that we were going to talk about progressive web apps or any of those kind of things, part of the progressive web, which is a very, very, very important topic. I did touch on it a little bit yesterday, but it's more than we're going to be covering here, and it's not covered in Jennifer's great book. But it's not covered in there. So we'll be working through learning web design, and we're going to jump right in here. I'll wait for people to trickle in. It will take a little while, I assume. It does say there's a few people in here already, so I'm going to go ahead. If you're here, go ahead and make noise just so I know you're here. Just because I just don't want to leave you in the dark. Have to go redoing some things. I did change up a few things. I changed the background, changed the music that's here. In fact, let me go check the music levels a little bit. I may or may not wear my headphones this time. It's a little bit. Yeah. I mean, that sounds kind of nice to me anyway. Yeah, I kind of want to put it back on. Restream bot not working. Yeah, it is. Is it not? Luke, it takes forever for your things to get there. Oh, that music sounds so nice, though. I have such a hard time putting away that music. I just need to put it on my speakers here. All right. So, I mean, I assume we have a few people, and let's go take a peek. So there's Luke's. Yep, looks like it's working. Yep, 7 messages. All right. And a lot of the topics that we're going to be covering right now is already covered by a lot of other people. See yourself on the screen. Alas, the troubles of being second-class YouTube citizen. I'm so sorry about that. I wish. This is what I mean to do for you people on YouTube, by the way. Just so if you are on YouTube, by the way, and you're coming across this, just know that one of the things that I'm working on doing is making a bot that directly logs into YouTube so that I don't have to depend on Restream for that, because I really don't like that people feel like they're second-class citizens on YouTube. All right, so let's go ahead and jump in. So let me just do this thing here. Here, give me a second. I have to remind my family sometimes. I know you can't hear them, but sometimes I have to remind them that I'm doing this stuff. It's one of the reasons I do it at midnight. Doesn't stop them from yelling, though. So much to edit out of this video. This is why I have to do these after the fact. I did turn the font size up, so hopefully you guys can read it a little bit better as we go through this. The first thing we're going to cover is actually covered by so many other videos and tutorials on YouTube. It's almost not even worth. Hey, about Apostolic. It's almost not even worth covering. It's almost like one of those things I should tell you. Just go there and look at it and do it. And this relates to like an editor. And I got to bring the article up. It's left where we left it off last time. And we're still in chapter 1 here, getting ready and getting set up. And it talks about needing a computer to use. And let's actually talk about that a little bit more. So there are a couple of basic things you have to have. You have to have a computer. If you don't, I think the desire to have a laptop these days, unless you're a student, is kind of waning in the face of COVID. I think more and more people are choosing to get money out of computers that are stationary and have way more power, and that allow them to stream and Zoom and all that stuff. So I think it's probably fair to say we're going to see a lot more people decide to go with the desktop system more than a laptop. Laptops are notoriously quick to burn out, and they're unable to I found something you might like today. We're going to talk about this right now, Apostolic. I'm in the middle of a beginner web developer session, but I'm happy to look at it during the break. So just to continue that thought, we have a number of options in the equipment space right now, but I plan on rotating through this kind of content as I go over time so that it stays fresh. And as of this moment, December 14th, 2020, it is preferable, I think, to have a server, a tower, if you will, a gaming PC, whatever you want to call it, than it is to have a laptop. And that really depends on you. If you're a designer, designers tend to like, Macs and they have in the past, and that's changing. A lot of them have PCs these days. How's it going? But it's just really good to, to have a system that is enough horsepower, that it costs you far less than a laptop, and that is just there for you all the time when you can like separate your work from other things. And these days people are bringing the coffee shop to them, to themselves, right? And with the COVID thing. So I don't know how long it's going to stick around, but I will say this. I believe that the tendency is going to be for people to start more and more picking a server or having a server and a lightweight laptop. And we're starting to see this manifest a lot. Reading, any tips on reading more book and being able to assimilate more info? At the moment, no. I would say, as I talked about this in the autodidactic series. So watch those two videos. There's quite a bit of there, but again, books are a part of a comprehensive. It's kind of a three-pronged approach, right? Comprehensive, repetitive, and fun. Those are the different types of learning, and that I like to categorize. And books are comprehensive, but they might not be as engaging. They're the kind of thing you do, we talked about being on the toilet and reading the bathtub and wanting to read, or, going to bed or something, on the public transportation, if that's the thing for you. And then there's of course the repetitive tasks, which are a little bit more fun, but they solidify the tasks, the skills. And we're going to do that here in part two, when we make websites as fast as possible. And then the third is some fun project that you've always wanted to make, like a website about candy canes. I have one person who's obsessed with candy canes, and she's making a website about that. So the answer that I would give you would be, to find things that you're interested in, and don't read tech books like you read fiction books. Just learn to scan them for the relevant information. And a lot of times that will happen best if you're doing it for something that you enjoy. And we're going to jump right into doing things you enjoy as soon as we get into the coding part of this. This chapter is still on setup. So equipment, get a desktop. If you are a student and you have to work remote, and then get your laptop. But generally speaking, a laptop is not going to be worth the extra money. I strongly recommend that you get, we've had good experience with Dells, but I'm not going to say use a Dell. Linus Does Tech reviewed a Walmart laptop that was actually pretty dang good to run Linux on. And depending on how much you're going to get into graphic design, you have to decide whether you need Adobe or not. And if you do need Adobe, you're probably looking at something that is going to be kind of a Windows system. Everything that we're going to do today and throughout the entire walkthrough here is going to work on Windows, Mac, or Linux. I'm obviously on a Linux machine, and I recommend that the most. But if you're not ready to make that jump yet, everything that we're doing can be done on any of those computers. So I'm not going to pretend to tell you what's run. That's your decision, and there's lots of factors involved in that decision. Information side related to hacking. Here okay, so we talked about equipment there, and we're monitor. I can't agree more on the large monitor thing. It just helps you see better. Monitors are really cheap these days, relatively. So go for that. A second computer for testing. I do think this is a good idea. If you're going to get serious about web development, not only do you have to have another computer, but you need to really have one of every device. And that's a big deal. I mean, you can sort of emulate it, but it's never the same as having an actual device. And there's a tool we're going to talk about called Browser Sync, which is ideal for connecting multiple systems to it so that you can monitor on any one of those systems what your site's going to look like. That might not be what you do at the beginning of your development, but actually having a system like that, I can show some video of me developing one of my early sites on 3 different devices at the same time. And you can actually, with the Browser Sync, you can scroll. I'll show you. You can scroll up and down, and it will scroll all of the systems. It's really, really advanced and amazing and free, and it's a great tool to have. And since we're talking about tools right now, that'll be one of the topics we cover. 2 monitors in 1 computer. All right, so mobile devices for testing. Obviously, I mean, we just saw a statistic last night that blew my mind. 30% of all web browsing is on Chrome Android. 30% of all browsing is on Chrome Android, according to Can I Use? I think it's .org, and you can go out there and visit it again if you want. It does say you need a scanner or a camera. I mean, that goes without saying. Depends on how detailed you want to get. Most of the time you can get stock photos and stuff. But you know, that's, this is about if you want to become a professional web designer. If you just want to eke out, you know, profile sites for yourself and your friends and stuff, then you probably don't need that. In fact, a lot of times you'll be taking a theme that already exists and just tweaking that. And that's totally fine as long as it's, you know, you're not copyrighted or something. Web production software. There's no shortage of software. We're not going to use the web production software. Windows on your Mac, it talks about running VMware. We're not going to talk about VMware or VirtualBox or any of that. Those are separate topics entirely. If you want to use Linux on your PC these days, WSL2, as long as you have the latest patches for your Windows 10, WSL2 is a pretty easy thing to get running. If you do that, make sure you're using WSL2. And that's all I'm going to say about that. If you want some walkthrough about how to get WSL2 running, you know, hit the Discord or talk to me off, you know, in another session, because it's not obvious. It's not as hard as it used to be, but it's not obvious. And that will get you, you know, some pretty powerful command line stuff. I just want to reiterate, nothing we're doing in this walkthrough is going to involve the command line per se. We're going to need it a couple times, and you can kind of memorize like 3 or 4 commands to get through it. But we're not really going to hit, you know, terminal command line mastery until, you know, 1 or 2 sessions after, not sessions, but, you know, like series after this. And it's going to take us a while to get through this one. So next, coding tools. To code, you obviously need something to enter the code with, and we talked about this. We'll be using a visual version of that. When I first started, I'm proud to say I was on a Mac and I used a thing called TextMate. You guys might know it. Simple text, essentially, right? It was just a plain old text editor, and it wasn't anything particularly fancy. But these days, Microsoft Visual Code is hands down, Visual Studio is hands down the leader. And this is, by the way, not the best link for this, so I'm going to help you find that right now. We're going to go ahead and install that. However, we won't be, hi Epic, we will not be installing Microsoft Visual Studio. We'll be installing something called VS Codium, which has had all the telemetry taken out from Microsoft. And when you read the quote from an insider within Microsoft about what they do to VS Code, you might be Visual Studio Code, right? Not Visual Studio. They are not the same. Notepad also works. Notepad++ works. There's a bunch of things that work. I'm a Vim guy, but you know, you might not be ready for a command line editor yet. I hope you will be at some point. I think it's very powerful. I think you should consider it, but I'm not going to pretend to tell you I didn't, you know, so why should I tell you to use one? I do think it would be in your best interest to do that though. So if you want to take time to learn Vim and all that, that's a separate topic we're not going to cover right now. User interfaces, blah, blah, blah. VS Code is far more useful than Notepad++. Yes. Well, it does have a lot of plugins, and we're going to talk about some of those plugins. Their Sketch app, user interface layout. I don't know, man, if I like that. These are more for designers. We're not going to dive into that. If you want to play around with these things, you can. These are designed for, you know, whiteboarding, and and layout. And frankly, for most of the stuff I do, I just use the pad and paper. And we talked about that a little bit last time. So, but if you want to go into professional design, there's probably a tool there that you'll want to consider, but I don't want to talk about that a lot right now, so we can get through that. If by the way, if you are going to be professional, it's pretty much a given that you have to subscribe to Adobe, and you have to learn Illustrator and Photoshop and InDesign and whatever. It's kind of a given that you're going to learn that if you're a professional, even if you don't use it. I know a lot of professionals who use Inkscape, and they use Photoshop. They don't like GIMP, but they'll use Inkscape because they prefer it over Illustrator. It doesn't matter though, because if you're in the industry, there's a really solid chance, unless you're employing yourself, that you're going to have to know those other tools at some point. So if you're trying to, judge how much money to spend on this endeavor, you need to plan on an Adobe subscription for a student at some point if you want to do that. I'm not saying we're not going to use it at all, so you don't need it here. In fact, the reason we're using this book is because it is pretty much the standard textbook for web design, HTML and CSS and images and stuff. But it's not so much because we are planning on becoming designers ourselves, and so it's important that I say that again. This walkthrough is primarily designed to teach you the minimum necessary to survive as a technologist, in the sense of web design. Like, I know how to make a basic profile page, right? So if you want to go down that design path, there's a lot of those other options there. The original can now save in UTF-8. Finally. GIMP. So there's your GIMP. We talked about that. Big debate about the name, by the way. They've changed it. There's an entire fork just from the name. Let's see. Pixlr. Yeah, this good old Photoshop. We'll be skipping that. Variety of browsers. We talked about browsers. We're going to be doing all our development in Chrome. And if you want to use Chrome Canary or if you want to use Chromium, that's up to you. I just use Chrome because Chrome is by far the most used browser on the planet, and therefore it's the standard for development. And I don't feel like redebating that tonight. We did discuss that quite a bit last night, or last session. So here we go. Smartphone browsers, including iOS, Safari, Android browsers. We'll discuss that in chapter 17. File management and transfer tools. I always laugh at this part. This is written by a designer who has to move files around, who doesn't have any knowledge of the command line. And I laugh a little bit at that, because if you know the command line, this is trivial. You just use SCP for all this stuff. Don't stress about this right now. You don't need to move any files around yet. Okay. In fact, if you do need, if it's not 360p, you can turn it up. If you do need to turn it up, yes, let me just make sure that that's true. So you should be able to go to, did they only give us 360 on Twitch? Seriously, is that all I got? Did Twitch only give me 360? You're on 1080p? Okay, good. All right. All right. Thanks, guys. If that had been true, that would have been definitely a reason to stop and pause. All right. Thanks for that. So all of this stuff about transferring files around, first of all, it's completely irrelevant and old. Nobody does this anymore. This is one case where you do need to learn a command line. And even if you don't, VS Code allows you to transfer files to GitHub and GitLab, and that's all you need to do to publish. So we're going to be able to skip that particular thing. Yes, if you're having a problem with 360, go watch it on YouTube. YouTube goes all the way up to 1080. There's no transcoding problems at all. You might be able to go try that if that's a problem for you. So I'm streaming to YouTube as well. All right. I love this part right here. It says you may also find it useful to have a terminal command line tool. You guys know me, right? By the way, anybody wondering why I restream? That's why. That's why I gave up affiliate. And hundreds of dollars a month, I gave it up because people like Yes who get stuck on 360 because Twitch decides to just screw them. Yeah. At least on YouTube, you got reliable transcoding. You may also find it useful for the terminal application. We're going to be living on the command line, not in this particular series, but in, and overall, we're going to be doing that a lot. So don't stress about that. There's a fairly disgustingly ugly bash command line with no defaults, which is kind of cute. I'm glad they have that, but they don't know terminal, not like we do. So taking stock, what we learned. So now this is kind of just a refresh of this first chapter that they did. First steps in learning. What are the web design's goals? It's good for, good user experience. What does it take to become a professional web designer? What aspects of web design interest you the most? What current skills do you have that would be useful in creating a web page? I actually do want to make a little bit of a Q&A at this point. I want to ask you a few questions. So the first one I want to ask is, if you guys don't mind sharing or doxing yourself to this part, what would you do once you learned how to make a web page? If you can't already make a web page, what would be the most common, and maybe you already are making web pages. What was your first project? What was the first thing you contemplated making with a web page? Yeah, what are your ideas on that? And I have a few ideas of things that you can do that are relevant, that might not just be throwaway projects. But if you have any, just go ahead and let me know what you think. Resume page. Yeah, that's the first one I want to make too, right? And the first one is a profile page, resume page, something that says something about yourself. It's kind of fun. They call them vanity pages sometimes, but they're important. I mean, having a personal profile page these days is, people debate this with me all the time, and I get if you don't want to do that to yourself, but even if you're an academic who has a horrible design sense, having some place to go to read about you online is becoming something of a standard. It's not required by any means, but it is something of a standard, and I do believe it applies towards your getting a job and other things like that. But another thing too, I tell people all the time, particularly young people, it's like you can actually negotiate. I've had people do this. You negotiate with your teacher and say, hey, can I do my book report as a web page? And it ends up being a little bit more educational, takes a little bit more time, but not more time than not a lot more time. It's more fun. They can integrate multimedia into their report. And so there are a lot of opportunities for you to make just one-off quick and dirty pages that are related to things that you're presenting for your teacher and stuff. And you might end up, getting some sort of extra credit with some teachers for taking the initiative and offering to do this kind of thing. We've had people tell me, after going through just an overview, a really brief overview, you can just try copying a website for fun, for sure. We've had people make music selection pages. We've had people do sites for their scout troop. We've had people do sites for their church. We had one guy. This is a really fun story. He learned just to do basic web design, and he was working for an auto detailing company. And once they found out that he had web skills, they went, well, I didn't know you had web skills. Do this. And now they kind of asked him to do the web page for that. And that led to opportunities, initially kind of not very much money into it. But, instead of just doing the car thing, he was at that point also, doing web design for this company on being paid for it. So having the skill, once it got noticed, it kind of escalated, his social ladder and in terms of career ladder and can move up. So having the skills might already take you into an opportunity there. You gotta watch out though, because a lot of times people want stuff for free from you. They'll be like, oh, you can do websites? Oh, I need a website on this and this and such. And I wanted to sell this and this. And people come out of the woodwork and they'll be like, here's what you need to do for me. Testing yourself. Let's see if we can answer these. I don't know. Match these web professionals the final product they might be responsible for producing. Graphic designer. Who should a graphic designer make? How's it going? How's it going, Archification? Graphic designer makes what? HTML documents, PHP scripts, look and feel deliverables, storyboards. It's all wrong. I know, production department. This is why I don't like multiple choice tests. I think I know what they want us to answer. Every one of those should be in Perl. There's no masochist. This is so much more fun than just reading a book by yourself. So, user design experience. I think that they want storyboards. Backend programmer, I think they want PHP scripts. Graphic designer, I think they want HTML and CSS documents. In production department, I think they want look and feel deliverables. That's what I think it would be, but I don't really care. What does the W3C do? What's the true answer to this now that you know, because we went through it? I know what they think the answer is. I want you to answer this one after last night. The publishing for the Palm Pilot 5000. Ooh, good one, Frank. Yeah. Nothing. They don't do anything. Not much. I mean, they do some things. I mean, they deserve credit. Okay, so I'm going to ask you the question. What organization is responsible for the web design and HTML specification right now? There is a hint in there. There you go. What WG? And I'm just going to say it again in case Google, shut up, Vera. You big old troll. Go away. Go away, backroom person. Back row. We have a back row person, guys. Back row Perl programmer. You Perl programmers. Stop throwing spitballs. So, these people don't even know what a spitball is. All right. So what WG.org. This is where it's all happening. All right. So this is where the standards are happening and stuff like that. There was another website I mentioned yesterday too, since we're doing a review. What was the other website I mentioned it's where I got the information about whether you can use a specific technology or not. Do you remember the name? Anybody remember? What is it? I'm going to drink my coffee. Really important site. You guys are all comedians. You put you guys on put a camera on you and you've got there you go, Taffetains. Thank you. Can I use .com? All right, so there you go. And actually yesterday I learned, which is what YIL yesterday, make a website. There you go. That's a good one too. Actually is the org that still makes all the standards. That's not true. That is not true. False. Fake news. Fake news. So if you go to so let's do Flexbox, and then you do so we're gonna go to somebody showed us this yesterday and I had never used it before, so I'm gonna make sure everybody sees it again because it's super good. Usage relative. That's I know what it thinks it was. You weren't here yesterday. Look, you can't miss the first day and then come in and start blasting us with false information. Look at this thing, man. Look at that one. Usage relevant, usage relative. Okay, Chrome for Android. Look at that, man. 36% globally. Yeah, so what? They can say all the things they want. It doesn't mean they define the standards anymore. They became irrelevant a long time ago. We talked about that yesterday. I take the whole story about W3C versus what WG. You can watch it if you really care. We're going to go on and move forward. So here we go. I did think this was, this is why people do mobile first. I was not aware that Chrome for Android had that big of an adoption. You know what worried me too when I saw this? That's what drives me crazy. Look at this. This was only released November 16th, 2020. So what I want to find out about this, and this is homework for you guys if you want to help me, is where do they come off saying that 36% of all global browsers are using this? Where's the stat coming from? Now I knew that when I was using this kernel line, this was like, support within the browsers, but they're supplementing this with information relative to usage information. And so now I have not been using the usage information up until now. And it's probably Google usage. I'm thinking it probably is. And I don't know the source of that information. So I would like to do that. Or she added to advanced open form incorrect. Yeah, they're trying to work together. As in 2019, they're starting to work together again. But what WG is where all the power is and where the primary thing is. So that's probably worth reading. So if you guys want to go read Vera's link there, in 2019, it sounds like they might have had a kumbaya moment. Which is awesome if that did happen. But if that's true, that's like after 10 years of separation where what WG was controlling the definition of the standards. So what browser would come from the user agent? User share statistics by stat counter global statistics by November 2020. Nice. Thanks for that information, Connor. Thank you very much. Would browser not support come from the user age identifiers, which can be spoofed? Well, I think it could too. Yes, definitely. But I don't think there's a lot of reason for a lot of people to spoof that information, particularly on Android. What really shocked me is that the default Android browser is not being used. Chrome, and somebody said last night, I know we're rehashing this, but somebody said last night that the Chrome browser on Android is now the default. And I'm not aware of that. I haven't been up on my web development. These are things that you have to know, like daily. You need to check them. So that has done HTML. I agree. It has done HTML and DOM. Yeah. I always thought that W3 still did CSS. You might be right on that one part, Barrow. I was only talking about HTML last night. You actually might be right on that. So, guys, that's some good information Barrow's got there. It might be still true that CSS is governed entirely by what the W3C. But the takeaway of that is that what WG and W3C have been significantly involved in the web since the beginning. But most recently, what WG has had primary control over those standards. And it sounds like as of 2019, I just learned today that they may have actually come together and resolved their differences, because it was a pretty big split. It made big news when HTML5 came out and they just said, we're doing this, we don't care. That was a major deal when that happened. Does CSS, RTC, basically anything that wasn't HTML DOM? Yeah, and ECMA ECMA does JavaScript. That's good news. Thank you, Vera. That are out of there. Right, but we were talking specifically about HTML and the DOM, and that is the primary specification for the web. CSS is, of course, important as well. Quick is dead, man. Yeah, Hook is totally dead. Or is it Speedy is dead? Did Speedy get adopted by Quick? I don't want to go down there. He's talking about HTTP protocols at this point, and we need to move on. That's good. Hopefully it'll stay with W3C. I really hope it will. I hope that the corporations are not just operating in their own bubble, as they kind of did, but if they can come together, that's a big thing. All right, let's move on. Why do you guys care about all this? If you're just learning web development, why do you care about who's defining the standard? Anybody want to answer that? Yeah. Was wrong on interwebs. No, I was not wrong. I was not wrong at all. What WG is still the master of the destiny of the standard. You can sing Kumbaya all you want in 2019. What WG is still the master. So they still are. Would you agree with me that JavaScript belongs on a web page and not in a desktop application? Could a standard even exist for JavaScript in a desktop space? We talked about that a lot yesterday, about the four types of. Let me ask this question: What are Mr. Rob's four basic categories for the web platform? And these are my own invention, but what are they? Does anybody remember? I know that's like silly, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say them. Yeah, the two most important ones are the document web and the application web, the app web and the doc web. And then I threw two more out there, one called broadcast web, which is like YouTube and Twitch and Netflix, and something that's emerging, which I call the conversational web, which is more and more of the websites are being run by, speaking to them and stuff, Alexa kind of things. And the importance of the application web and the document web is learning to not mix the two. And I went into great lengths to show how application developers for the web are, destroying the ability for the web to be documented and saved, and they're actually losing lawsuits like Pizza Hut for usability and things like that. All right, what's going on? Gonna bounce. Take care, Insani. And you can look at GNOME 2. Yeah, GNOME 2 is entirely JavaScript. So that was something I learned relatively recently. Somebody told me that while I was on stream. So match the web technology with its appropriate task. HTML is the structure, right? CSS is the style. JavaScript is the brain. I usually if you want a really disturbing visual, HTML is the skeleton, CSS is the flesh, the style. If you want something better, HTML is the body, CSS is the clothes, JavaScript is the brain, and Ruby is not relevant. Ruby would be the thing on the back end, right? So that's the thing that serves up server-side web application. Documentation shouldn't need JavaScript. Yes. Yep. especially for afterthoughts at the bottom. Yes, completely agree. This book, you can get it wherever you can find it. It's called Learning Web Design 5th edition from Jennifer Robbins. We talked about the book yesterday at the beginning of the stream. You can go get it however you can get it. And I suggest you pay for it if you can. You might find it's free at your college or at your local library. Just depends. It's how you can find. I have 3 copies that I purchased. Okay, let's see. Tobacco and Red Bull. What is the difference? What does an FTP tool do, and how do you get one? So FTP is just a way to transfer files around, file transfer protocol. We didn't talk about it at all because we skipped all that. We're going to talk a lot about moving files around when it becomes pertinent time to do so. I can use Ruby to make every second level heading blue. Okay, yeah, you can do that with JavaScript too, but why is FTP when you can use an SSH tunnel? Exactly. That's why we skipped that whole section. Okay, archivication. I don't know if you missed that part, but when it got time to file transfer, we just skipped the whole thing. Yeah, you can do it with CSS. Yeah. Global stats are from Global Statistics. Can I use a methodology? Ooh, thank you very much. Isn't available everywhere. Yeah, but there are very rare occasion where you need FTP, but almost never when you're a developer. Okay, the most common way to publish your website is through Git, and we're going to talk about that when we talk about VS Code. It's just the most common way to deploy. It's actually tell that on port 23. Yeah. So let's keep going. And these days, almost every web developer I've ever met uses Git for deployment. And that way it's tied into their automating publishing process, automating testing. It's either they put it to a staging server and then they click a button and then the staging stuff goes over into production. But that's almost 90% of the content. The only time that's not true is if they're dealing with really large files. And in that case, they usually have some sort of administrator help them with the large files to do that kind of thing. The only time I ever use FTP is when I'm running a Minecraft server for a community that's hanging out. Never touched it before that. Are we about to get into the DevOps yeet? No, we will not be doing DevOps. But it is a part of web development. DevOps, deploying to a web server is a part of the developer tool chain for DevOps. So yeah, CI/CD. Yep. All right. So we're on chapter 2 now. Let's go racing through this as fast as we can. Does anybody else have anything to say? It's not like back row kind of stuff. All right, so it says here, so this is Jen talking. I love how Jen speaks in first person. So she says, I got started in web design in 1993. Huzzah! Me too, actually. I literally got started in 93 by reading HTML without a book. And I talked about that on the stream before. I'm not going to revisit that. Pretty close to the start of the West. That's a quarter century ago. She's probably about my age, actually. This chapter sorts out the pieces, introduces some basic terminology. We'll start with the big picture. Internet versus the web. Do you guys know the difference? Do I have to cover this? You know the difference, right? How about we call it the interwebs? I love the interwebs. We're going to go past this. They're talking about pop and all this stuff. Look, read it if you want to read it, but a lot of this isn't needed. I'll tell you what is needed. This hypertext transfer protocol. That is, we talked about HTTP before. We talked about what that means yesterday. And we use Star Wars references and stuff like that. So we're going to keep going. What is this side note over here? The web is a subset of the internet. It is just one of many ways that information can be traveled. And we talked about Gopher and how that originally the whole internet was browsable in kind of a file directory structure called Gopher, which has gotten a crazy popular resurgence in the face of a failing web right now. And we talked about alternatives to that still might be able to be invented, i.e. things like the knowledge net that I've been working on in Mimir, if you guys want to be participants in that. I would really like to see something that's not the web that can benefit from the web emerge from this. The web is definitely failing right now in many ways, and we need to know it, but we need to also figure out some alternative. The web is this page. The internet is how the page gets to your screen. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is your brain. This is your brain on the interwebs. A brief history of the web. born by Tim Berners-Lee. I talked about this yesterday. We talked about Mosaic. We talked about the consortium. It totally misses the part where what WG took over, and now we add to the drama thanks to Vera. Last year apparently W3C and what WG had some kumbaya moment. I don't believe for a second that W3C has anything to do with HTML and DOM standards. If anything, they're being, look, they can hate me all they want. They're still being driven by the corporations that are developing the web browsers, if you ask me. Use Gopher with Telex on a 9600 baud dial-up. It is cool, is it not? I seriously, with the new browsers that are out, I think we're going to see a new Gopher client at some point. But it's just not as sexy, not nearly as sexy. Serving up your information. We could have a whole topic about how pictures changed the web's adoption. Everybody wanted it after that. We really could. Serving up your information. Let's talk more about the computers. I talked about this yesterday. I'm not going to revisit it. We talked about you have a server and a client, and the client is like, we did that whole comparison. Like you're sitting out at a restaurant, you order from your you're the client, right? And so you're ordering the server to bring you food, and the server goes and gets you food and brings it back to you. And that's it. That's how web servers work. Open source, what is it? Open source is just, you guys know about this. Open source is just software that, free software is another word for it. It's software that you don't have to pay for, but it's not free as in free meal. It's free as in freedom, as in you're free to modify the stuff, to resubmit it, to sell it if you want, as long as you redistribute the source code. Those are the freedoms. And you can watch Richard Stallman talk about the essential freedoms of free software, and he'll school you on what the difference is between that and open source. I'm not going to do it right now. This is a topic we hit really hard in Linux. When we talk about Linux in general, we'll get way more into open source and arguably why Richard Stallman is more influential on the world of technology and our society and culture than even Bill Gates or Steve Jobs, because neither of them has modified the entire base business model for technology and the use of Creative Commons licensing for the world. All of that started from the Free Software Foundation that Stallman started. So, like him or hate him, I think he's been more influential on our world than either of those two big, super popular, super rich people. There's many things about Stallman, by the way, that I do not like, but I don't want to get into that. Okay, so every computer and device is connected. So let's talk about this. This is important. If you're an absolute beginner, you probably don't know. I mean, most of the people on Twitch are going to know what IPs are. And, anybody ever said, oh, my ping sucks, right? Well, a ping is the speed it takes a packet to get from your computer to that computer and back. And, just like submarines in the old days, right? They use radar to send something out and ping and then get a pong back and see how fast and how they can determine distance and stuff. That's what a ping is. And all of that relates to your IP. IP is your address, and I'm going to give you the really quick version of this. So everything on the internet can be compared to sort of like a postal system that's running at the speed of light. This comparison falls down in many, many places, but for most purposes, it applies. And anytime you click on something, it breaks up whatever you're doing into tiny little packages called packets, and those things get sent to their destination. They have an address just like a package, and along the way, all these little post offices decide where it has to go next. And none of those individual hops along the route, those post offices, if you will, knows anything about where it came from or where it's going to. All it knows is what is the next hop. And so it sends these little packets, and they bounce all around, and they make it to where they need to be. And then the receiver says, hey, I got it. And depending on the protocol, it sends back a message saying, I got it, kind of like, return receipt mail. But if you're playing a game like UDP and you just need the packets to get there, and you're going to send another one in less than 2 nanoseconds, you don't really care if they got the other one. So you just spam them as fast as you can with stuff. And that's a protocol called UDP that does that. TCP/IP is the one, Transmission Control Protocol, which decides it's coming and going. That's like a whirlwind overview of networking and how things work. The whole idea was invented by the military, DARPANET, to avoid broken down communications in the event of a nuclear war. So the idea is that if you knock out, 2/3 of those little post office routers, that the traffic could reroute and go someplace else. And I just want to make a comment here that our internet is in dire jeopardy right now because of centralization that is bypassing all of this. It's making all of it a moot point. And we saw this when the Cloudflare DNS servers went down and half the internet went out. It was crazy. There was like half a dozen or so, and everybody was saying hackers, hackers, hackers. All it was according to Cloudflare, I think that's the company, they misconfigured one of their routers or one of their DNS servers. And so the entire world that's using Cloudflare and all these people is all using that same DNS server, which is completely against the architecture of the internet to have that much centralization. And so when that one DNS server went down, nobody knew where to go. All the routes were open, but nobody knew how to get to those routes. It was as if you just turned off the lights and Google Maps and let all the post office people try to find their own way. And the internet, essentially, for large segments of the internet, it just stopped working. And I don't want to rant on this too hard, but since we're talking about networking, we're going to talk about it again. Be very aware of this in your architecture. When you turn dereferences an old pointer at Cloudflare. Yeah, and if you guys know, it was Cloudflare, right? So this kind of thing is disastrously bad for the internet. And I know you're like, how does this relate to web pages? Well, when you're making a decision about where to host your website, you might not want to host it on Cloudflare. Or you might want to ask yourself, how is my website going to get to people who are going to use my website if this particular provider goes down? If it's just finding the shortest path. It is always finding the shortest path, but when that path isn't there, it will find another path. And the fair critique of what our internet is doing today is, for the sake of efficiency, known routes get more preference than other routes, and so the rerouting concept has largely been marginalized from where I'm sitting. It would be great to have LTN Bob or somebody check in with us on this. These are people who teach network routing, and and yeah, but their admins are at fault in that one. And I'm not. What I'm trying to say, I'm not even trying to beat up Cloudflare. What I'm trying to say is that another cause for alarm is what if the AWS servers go down? So the only thing you need to take away from this is that the internet was designed to survive, attacks of any kind where certain segments of the internet were destroyed. If they weren't going for that, they would have went with another token ring network. Token ring network was a competitor to Ethernet. I'm getting really technical here, but Token Ring was a competitor to Ethernet, and it lost miserably because if any one of the nodes in the Token Ring was down, the whole network went down. And Ethernet said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to actually reroute and do that. And that rerouting has been a fundamental part of our internet that's allowed us to have, the freedom and the traffic that we have. But the point that I'm saying here is that sustainability, that sort of robustness of the original internet, despite its slow speed, is in jeopardy right now because we're centralizing like crazy. We're centralizing on Cloudflare. Let's see, by Verizon pushing Cloudflare's up route to another ASN. Yeah, we're centralizing on providers. We're centralizing on even where we host our data, and the very essence of the internet, its decentralized nature, is in jeopardy because there's so much centralization going on. If you're just doing a website, the only thing you care about that is you might want to think about putting your page someplace that is, number one, is on a CDN, which we'll talk about. That means that your content goes to multiple places instead of just one place. And Cloudflare actually provides the CDN, but so does Netlify and a bunch of others. And you might want to just consider where's just this idea in general of, is there an opportunity for me to not centralize all of my IT in one particular provider, or do I want to do it myself? There's just lots of considerations, and you just put your CTO hat on and make those decisions for yourself. IP routes, right? Some routes will always have some major hops in common. How many lines are there from US to Europe? Yeah, and that's changing. They're making more, right? There's been a lot of evolution on that front. It's been pretty amazing. Yeah, there's what was the provider that just is laying down all their own cable that just got approval for that? Who was that? It wasn't Verizon. It was I can't remember it. We're off topic, I know, but somebody was telling me there's something that's got permission to own, they're laying their own cable in the Atlantic. Yeah, it's like a completely new provider. They're laying it's a brand new internet. Lots of stuff has changed. It's an exciting time to be around. Arch and 1,000 plus now. Don't know what that is. 5 options for CDN. CF is the only free one. Oh, is that right? I think CF is also the one that's being provided through Netlify. I think Netlify subcontracts with CF to provide that. We haven't gotten that far along yet, but I did show you how to publish a site through Netlify, and we're going to talk about that some more. But you definitely want to have a CDN in your site. Not strands, but separate runs. Is that what's going on? Okay. Thanks for that, Vera. So every computer and device sample router connects to, yeah, there we go. We're going to move on from that. It's funny that they use O'Reilly. O'Reilly was a really popular, they still are popular, but back then they were really popular. In the 90s, O'Reilly was all the rage. All those animal books were so cool. Intranets and extranets. This is kind of close to my heart. I won't tell my whole story here, but an intranet is a network of networks that's inside of a walled garden that's protected behind firewalls. I was actually the intranet webmaster, called for SwooshNet at Nike. I was the webmaster, but it was for the intranet for Nike. And then I went on to Nike.com, and I was part of that team for a while too. It was really fun because we basically had our own internet, and a lot of people who are not, plugged into the enterprise might not realize it, but a large percentage of traffic on the internet and applications for the internet are not visible on the public network. And they're not just dark web, which is a different thing entirely. Dark web is just stuff that's not being searched mostly. And it's not the deep web and the dark web. There's different kinds, right? The deep web and the dark web. So there's the deep web, which is like stuff that's not easily able to be found, but still is available through most normal channels. And it doesn't necessarily require a special browser to go see it. And they're all web technologies. They're just different types of web technologies that are kind of hidden behind things. And then there's the deep web. There's the dark web, which is, the dark web. And the intranets and extranets. Intranets are networks that are, within a walled garden, so hackers are not supposed to come in. So like IBM has a big one, right? The number of connected computers within the IBM network would rival a small city. I mean, it's huge, right? It's monstrously huge, but nobody has access to it because it's IBM, right? And you connect to those kind of things through VPN. Why do you care as a web developer? Because there's really good work in web development and web inside of those companies. And I'm living proof because I was the internet webmaster. It was my job to promote the use of our intraweb for internal communications. And my right-hand girl, my best friend, who actually got me to take Phil Knight's place going to the Nagano Olympics. She was right there working with me on improving that, and not to mention working with the design team to make our internet even cooler. So I just want to say that there are a lot of really great opportunities to be a web developer and to do web development even within a company that you may not even know about, because they're a part of internal communications for a specific company, whether it's a small company or a big company. And extranets. So extranets are not, I don't see them as commonly, but I'm not in the enterprise as much as I was before. And an extranet is when you connect your intranet to somebody else's intranet. That's my best way to describe it. I might have that wrong slightly. There was another thing like B2B, which is like business to business. So sometimes one company will want to connect to another company, but they don't want to expose all of their internal network to the other company, and that company doesn't want to expose all of their network to the other one, and so they'll create an extranet. And that's when certain parts of those two networks can see each other, and that's the best definition I can give it, extranet. I don't see them as being very popular these days. Most people will have a open public interface to that sort of thing, and they'll give them like logins to it these days. The old school extranets, are they still using extranets to healthcare? That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So healthcare makes a lot of sense to use an extranet, where they're sharing data with other hospitals, and sometimes they're using public intranet connections, but they have put in technologies in place, VPNs, firewalls, and stuff like that, so that they only really see certain parts of each other's network. My friend's dad was actually a network admin at a local banking branch, and they had a VPN set up because branches set up between branches across the bank. Yeah, Lowe's does the same thing, right? Lowe's or any kind of these home network, they do purchasing across their own extranets. I forgot about that example. Their B2B is a good yeah. Alibaba is a B2B, but Alibaba is more of a, they provide, it's kind of a, they're kind of a, I mean, I suppose they're sort of related to B2B, but a real B2B connection through an extranet is when, let's say, Black & Decker is got part of their internet is connected to the Lowe's network, because they are directly interacting all the time and they need services from one another. And these days, those services would be encapsulated in microservices. And if you've seen some of the other streams I've been doing tonight, that's where gRPC and protobuf and all these other stuff come from. Yeah, hi Jen. So with the amount of serious engineering and networking is a modern marvel, it really is. And there's an entire career just in networking if you want to go into it. And by the way, if you want to go into networking, make sure to follow LTN_Bob. He's one of the ones who got me to stream actually. And he works with the community college. He's kind of busy running the show over there a little bit, not the whole thing, but and he's doing a bunch of network. So when he does stream, he covers a lot of that stuff for networking. There's lots of good people. There's an entire career of networking. It's like the network engineers that I was friends with in every place. And I have a really fun story about a network engineer that I don't know if I should inject it here. Maybe I'll tell you it later. It's a great one though. I actually found a machine that had been drywalled into I have to tell you my story now. I'm sorry, I have to tell you to you. Since we're talking about networking, I'm going to tell you my little story. Okay. Besides, we've been talking about other stuff. It's sort of related. It'll probably end up being told in another series as well. So long story short, I told you I was the internet. This is a different account. This is when I was at IBM working for a company called Consolidated Freightways. It's not doxing anything. This is all history. And I was obsessed with networking and learning and teaching myself everything. And true story, when you're a system administrator, there's not a lot to do between fires. So you're kind of preparing things and setting up monitoring and stuff like that. But when there's a fire, you're working 24/7. There's no sleep until you fix it. So I compare it a lot to a firefighter job. And so one of the random things that I would just do when there was nothing to do while we were just waiting, and I was actually scolded one time for proactively adding backup monitoring systems. They stop doing that. They're going to expect it. They're not paying for it. Actually, true story. I was told that. And so we would do other things. And so one of the things I did is I logged all of the incoming packets to my system just for fun. Anything that hit me for any reason at all on my Linux machine, I would log it, and I would analyze the packets by looking at the insides of the packets and seeing how they worked and everything. And this is all kind of related to that network stuff. I'm don't be burdened. You don't have to learn this as a web developer, but it's really, really fun. That's a great way to learn how networking works and everything. And in the process of going through these logs and sorting out all the incoming IP numbers, I noticed that there was one system. Rethink your life if you want to go to networking. It's fun, man, but it's hard. It's hard work. So there was this one IP number that kept hitting me, and it kept doing scans of my system, like full scans. And anytime your system gets a full scan, it's like when like when the Enterprise meets a Klingon ship in the old days, and the Klingons would scan you. It's never a good thing when a foreign ship scans you head to toe. It's always a precursor to some sort of it wasn't. I don't know if it was Nmap, but Nmap is one of the ways to do the scanning. By the way, we're kind of going off on the Linux geeking. That if you're here for the web development, please forgive us. So I was like trying to figure out where this was coming from, and I decided to talk to my network engineering friends, who I always kind of looked up on, and frankly, network engineers a lot of times they have quite an air about them, because they know that they tend to be sort of full of hubris and pomp and anyway. But these guys were great, and they can learn. So one time I went over there, I needed an excuse to talk to them, and I talked to the guy. I said, there's this one host here that keeps scanning me. Oh, are you? There's this one host that keeps scanning me, And it's like, and I can't figure out what it is. I've tried to, scan it back and look at some stuff just as I've just been exploring with networking and stuff. And I'm, network engineers are really protective of their network, right? And so just the notion that I would, and I said, they're like, how did you do this? I say, well, I'm just logging the stuff that's scanning me. That's all. I just as academic exercise. And I was trustworthy enough that they felt that was fine to say, well, fine, we'll look into it. And they didn't say anything. And I went back to my cubicle, and a week later, true story. This is a totally true story. A week later, these guys, both of them, showed up at my cubicle, and I thought I was in trouble. I thought I was in trouble by the way they were holding themselves. They were like, and I was like, oh crap, what have I done? And I'm a tinkerer enough to think that, and I had enough skills to think that if they if they thought I was hacking or something, I was dead, because I wasn't hacking, but I could have, who knows what they thought. I was really scared. And they said to me, how did you find that IP? And I said, I told you, somebody's been scanning me. Yeah, but why were you watching the traffic on yours? I'm just trying to learn about networking, and I'm just putting the thing here. I'll show you my logs. And I had to convince them that, I wasn't nefariously involved. And by the way, there's another story in this. If it had been an actual hack that I had found, like a vulnerability, if you tell people that they have a vulnerability, Randall Schwartz is a very foreboding story to this, a cautionary tale. Randall Schwartz I'm diverting, and I'll tell you his story really quick. Randall Schwartz actually checked the password files just as a standard nature part of thing on an Intel contract in Oregon in 1998 or 96, I think. And during the process, he revealed to them he sent the cracked passwords that he had cracked to his superiors on this contract job, and said, just as a matter of course, you might want to have these people change their password. And he was hired to do something else on the job. That wasn't his job. And they took him to court, convicted him, and made him do community service. And he was bankrupt from all the money he had to spend to try to get the jury to understand what he was doing and why it wasn't a bad thing. The only thing the jury could understand was he wasn't paid to crack the password file, even though he did it in the best of sense, and he gave it to him immediately and divulged it to him and said, here you go. Big companies do not like to be embarrassed. And if you embarrass a company like that, they will eat you. They will eat you. They will come after you. They do not care where it came from. The only thing they knew was that, and frankly, how are they going to trust him? You have the information. As soon as you submitted the thing, they had to ask themselves, well, how do we know you didn't do more than what you're telling us? How do we know that you didn't do lots of other things before you actually gave us the information? So legitimately, as a business, they have reason to be cautionary toward this person who did more than the scope of their work. So if you're going to be a cybersecurity thing, and DeVos, I think it's Brian DeVos, the famous, mega millionaire hacker, that's his one word of caution to everybody is scope. Scope. Because if you go out of your scope as a cybersecurity person, they will nail you to the wall. If you get out of scope, there it is. They will come after you because you're putting your reliability at that point, and you're doing things that are out of scope, and therefore they can't manage what you have done because they can't now audit what you did and trust you to do the right thing. So that's what it means when you go into a contract. This is a cybersecurity thing. When you go into a contract, you have to no one cared until I brought out liar who flipped it. Yeah. The story sounds it's about consent, and better yet, have a consent on paper. Yeah. And this wasn't a part of scope and consent and all those things. And when you're dealing, here's the only thing I'm trying to tell is, if there's beginners out there who feel like, and one of the reasons that I was scared is all that Randall Schwartz stuff was going down around that time. And I was like, okay, I'm just watching network traffic coming into my machine here. Did I nmap that machine? Yeah, but that's not dangerous. That's not bad, right? But this was the era of Oregon, and I was in Oregon. This whole thing happened in Oregon. So when these two network engineers that were sort of my acquaintance, friends, people came to me with this, I was nervous because I was afraid that they were going to read more into what I had done. I was nervous. And so they said, they started hitting me with 20 questions. Where did you get this? How did you do it? They want to know everything all over again. And I showed them, and then they paused. I will never forget. One of them was leaning against my cubicle. The cubicles were higher than him. And I was like, just sitting there, and the other one leaned against the cubicle for a while, and they waited for a little bit. And then the one who seemed to be more friendly to me, he started to explain. And he says, we just found this server. It gives me goosebumps to this day. He goes, we just found the server. And I said, you did? Well, what about it? And he goes, it was behind drywall, and it had been completely drywalled into the wall. And there was one wire coming out. We spent an entire week trying to chase down this IP number. We couldn't find it. We were doing ping and everything. We could not find a physical location for the server. And when we finally did, we had to sledgehammer through a drywall to get to it. And I was like, what? I know. To this day, it's a mystery that I do not know the answer to. And you can believe me, I was not going to ask. I was like so freaked out. But they had no idea how that server had gotten there or anything. And so now they're like, this is a true story. This is a true story, dude. And you gotta understand that we had, so there's like three things that happen. Make sure I have a clause that says you can request a scope change. Yes. So this is Pop OS. Yeah. So there's three possibilities here. Okay. So this location that we were looking for Consolidated Freightways, and you can look all this up in history. This new location that we had moved to, we'd moved from Oregon, like the north end of Portland, Oregon. We were down there by the tracks and everything. And then they got this new warehouse in Vancouver. And they had just built this stuff in, and they bought this warehouse, and they were putting drywall, and they were building walls everywhere, and they were building all these servers and everything, server rooms. And there was really rapid, drywall and everything going up because they were in the middle of this move. And that included, a new server room. They put a brand new server room in, and then we got the green light to move over to this new place. And we'd been in this new place for a few months, 2 or 3, 4 months or something, and it was still really weird because big parts of it were just empty, like empty warehouse that was not being used, and all of a sudden you had finished business space, and so there's a lot of theories on this. About a year after that, Consolidated Freightways went bankrupt and had to shut down, and there were rumors of massive corruption at the top. And we're talking about a transportation company. Okay, you're talking about a transportation company, a logistics and transportation company. And I mean, it's no secret that the mafia has really big ties to the transportation industry. And so, yeah, who knows what it was, dude. I'm like, it still gives me goosebumps, man. It still gives me goosebumps. And I found it on accident, and, because I was just watching my network traffic. And I'll tell you what, if you want to have fun, that's not illegal, put a server up in the cloud on DigitalOcean or someplace, and then just turn on all the incoming traffic IP pings. And start cataloging all the IPs and who's scanning you and who's coming in. It's amazing. You'll find all kinds of honeypots and different things out there. And because it's on a public thing, which is why it was so surprising. Yeah, take a look at doing a honeypot. Yeah, creating a honeypot is even more fun, right? And you can actually, in map with Lua scripts, right? You can make you can do things that will slow everything down so that there's actually a really good YouTube video on that about how you can make it so that it will trap them if they try to nmap you. It will trap. A honeypot is when you put a computer out there that looks like prey for a hacker for the sole intent of trapping the hacker in the honey. And good chance if you're and there's actually one that would slow it down. Back in my day, there was a technology called La Brea, which would slow down the incoming traffic. So honeypot, there you go, concept. I mean, this is all fun stuff when it comes to, it's slightly related to web design, but it's more, it was definitely Mr. Robotish thing. And it was like, I felt like it was in a movie because to this day, I have no idea what it was. And nobody talked about it after that. In fact, I really wonder because the guy, you could tell the guy was a little bit conflicted about telling me what they had discovered, right? Because it was like, okay, are you, they also knew that I spoke Russian, which freaked me out even more because, who the fuck, sorry for the F word, but who knows what that thing was? Who knows what it was? It could have been an FBI person. It could have been a completely accidental server that got drywalled in. That's possible because they were doing things so quickly. But why would it still be running? Why would it be running Linux? Why would it be doing scanning? Why was it so completely hidden? Who would have been doing it? Who had reason to scan servers? I mean, would it been, it either had to be some organization, within the organization, i.e. mafia, or it had to be some legal entity that was trying to get access to the whole thing, or it could have been a completely outside actor that was trying to monitor our transportation system. Any one of those could have been possible. And to this day, I still don't know what it was. It's a fun story. It's every single bit of it's true. It's just crazy. It freaked me out. What's the employee monitors IP traffic? Not suspicious at all. I'm not Russian, by the way. I just speak Russian. Yeah, I am before Rob gets falsely convicted for being a Russian spy. Homeland Security. If you could have been an old monitoring server that they forgot about. That's what I think it was, Vera. I really think that's what it was. I absolutely think because the people, the pace at which they were putting up drywall and the pace at which they were building in, all kinds of things, it's very possible somebody just said, okay, we need to have this server on, and it's just a monitor server. And it was in a place where the other contractors weren't told what to do. And so they just built around it. I really think that's a totally feasible possibility, but I mean, that's the level of incompetence going on in this particular organization. The book is called Learning Web Design, 5th edition, but we're not talking about that right now. We definitely are going to, though. So I'm glad I was able to get that system out of that talk out of my system. We were talking about networking, and that's what triggered all that, in case you're wondering. Art, yeah, mass scan is like 3 minutes. Exactly. Mass scan would have been amazing. Anticipatable, is there any chance he was lying to you about the server? Because I heard the exact same story back in the early 2000s, I think. Interesting. Was it are you blowing my mind there, Anticipatable? You're thinking that maybe they were messing with me? Do you think they might have been messing with me and they didn't want to tell me? That's totally possible. I was a freaking gullible Mormon back then, man. I mean, I could have easily have been the subject of some sort of trolling by them. They set up a honeypot for me. That's also completely possible. Holy cow, I hadn't thought of that either. I might have actually found that honeypot and then I reported it to him. I wonder, I don't remember where I heard it, but I think it was online. Yeah. They were not that good. They might have been, who knows? I mean, I don't think the network engineers were that good, and they were really convincing. As for evangelists or actual religion. No, I was actually a Mormon. I say that just because I was really gullible. I still am. So there's a good chance that they could have been just messing with me. If they were messing with me, that's like honey proxy. Yeah. If they were just messing with me, that had to be like the most insidious evil troll of all time. And you know what? I don't care, because the memory of it just still brings me joy, because it was such an amazing experience. Missing Novell server discovered after 4 years. What? Oh man. You telling me people were doing this? Have we uncovered something here? I might have to clip this stuff. That is exactly around the time it was happening, dude. That is exactly when it was happening. It was 2001. I had just signed up with IBM in 2000. And I do it in the server. It was exactly in 2001 when this was happening. Holy cow. Holy cow. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to take a break here and study this. This is a rabbit hole. Can I not go down this rabbit hole right now? You guys, all right, I know you're here. I'm going to come back to that. Thank you for sending me that URL. I've got to put that URL on something right now. Do you have any idea, rabbit hole? You got the icons. Do it. Go for it. Let's go. That is insane. I'm like blown away by this. I'm starting to talk about networking for web design and I end up going down this rabbit hole which is, somebody else gave it that name, and I'm just going with it. Where are my points? If we can establish, you know what? If we can establish a pattern, then that might actually provide an explanation. To this day, I still don't know what it was. I mean, that is just links. Let's see. Last URL. All right. Echo last URL. I just want to write it to a file so I don't lose it really quick. Temp rabbit hole. I've got to follow it. Let's see. Links last. There it is. BOFH meets Edgar Allan Poe. See, this is where BOFH comes from. The bastard operator from hell. You guys know about that? That's cultural. Oh, this is crazy. This is so crazy. University of North Carolina, and I'm in North Carolina now. I see for 4 years. One of the University of Civil Service have been doing business for 4 years. Campus network was overdue. That's what I was doing. I was auditing because I was looking for networking stuff. You know what I'm saying? BOFH, yeah. According to the report at TechWeb, it was only then that those campus techies realized they couldn't find the server. Attempts to find network cabling to find the missing box led to discovery the maintenance workers had sealed the server behind a wall. That is exactly what happened. I'm telling you. But it didn't. The one that I did didn't make it into the news. What happens if the API comes to seize my server, but they can't find it because it's inside a wall, and they can't break the wall down because they have no reasonable suspicion? Things buried behind walls belong more to the world of Edgar Allan Poe than that of BOFH. And think of the horror facing the college techies if they ever replace this old Novell server with an NT box. In that case, the terror of the blue screen of death awaits you, fellas. That's it. That's it. That's it? Keep reading. Oh, wait. No. Do I have to open my graphic browser for this? I might have to. That, the hole will never be sealed. You know, that's been really fun. Thank you for letting me do that. That makes me feel better, at least, that maybe I really sincerely believe that somebody, the way that people were throwing walls up like crazy because they were in such a rush, and it was such a poorly organized construction effort that it could easily have been just like walled in. It could easily, but because it was a transportation company, and because I don't know, but the rumors from the mafia involvement in the company were the reason that they were starting to go corrupt and fall apart. Did a computer server get actually walled in? Ooh. Look, so here's the question I have. Either of these guys were lying to me because they read this, which is possible. It's very possible that the network guys read this and they wanted to play around with the junior sysadmin who found their network server. It's possible. It's possible that they did that. And I am, to this day, I'm just this unwitting, person who doesn't even realize I got totally trolled. That's not as fun of a possibility to consider, but I'm totally open to that possibility. Because I never saw it. I never said, can you show it to me? Right? Used it as a scapegoat. Yeah. So yeah. So this says, is this about the Novell thing? You can actually get walled in. Statistics. I'm an IT and I repeatedly heard stories of the server was left stuck in a space that had a wall built in front of it, and it was only just a couple years later that the wall was torn down. So this might have been like folklore from the time And they might have been having fun with me, but why would they wait a full week to come back and tell it to me unless they were really bored network admins and they were out at lunch and they just wanted to come troll me? That's totally possible that happened. It's totally possible. According to the 2001 article from the Register gives an example of a claim. According to the report by TechWeb, it was literally the same year, 2001. So I wonder if they read it. And those campus techies realized that this was the Novell thing. In one variety of the story, the fan starts to squeak and someone punches a hole in the wall. Wow. Holy cow. It might have been a total troll. I'm skeptical due to the fact that the heat would build up and the wall would fry it. That's what I thought. As soon as it happened, I was like, how can a server stay alive in a wall with no air or anything? But I had seen the space, and there were actually some areas that had been walled in, that had sheetrock, that were just, the back of them were just facing empty space, like empty. It was the freakiest thing. It was like big open empty warehouse space, and all of a sudden you had office space. And so the way I imagined it anyway was that it was behind that wall, and that it still had some sort of ventilation because it was just this big sieve. So maybe that was it. It was certainly an urban legend. I got owned by this system. I did. I bet you at this point, I feel like I got owned. I feel like I got owned by them. This needs a notable claim in order to become a topic. I've repeatedly heard the stories don't suffice. And note that the server mean any different things. Some machines acting as servers might dissipate just a few watts. It's been a fun back in the... That's... You know what? The cynic in me has to accept that I got totally trolled by these guys, because I did not see the server. I had logs full of scans for that specific IP, and the way that they held themselves when they came to talk to me, the way that they went like this, and all that stuff, makes me think that they might have actually just been acting a part. And the fact that both of them came, holy shit, I'm going to punch him in the face. If I ever see him again, because you know what? They were just that type too. They were this like pedantic, like we're better than everybody else, kind of supreme kind of people. So their personalities will lend themselves to that kind of thing. And I was really gullible, and I was still kind of junior, and the fact that I went to them and showed them that meant, well, what the fuck are you doing here? Why are you showing us this? It's like, how dare you? I could see them doing that. Yeah. Holy cow. I bet that's the Occam's razor, man. That is the most reasonable explanation. That is literally the same year. That it happened. Because I started at IBM in 2000, and say 2 months of training, and I had to re-scramble for a new job. No, wait. No, it would have been 2001 or 2, because then that job went away, and then Consolidated Freightways moved after the first year, so it would have been right around 2001 to 2002. That has to be it. Keep the Mafia story. No, this is actually much more plausible. Yeah, you're like watching me just like go through some just like amazing cognitive dissonance right here. Because now I'm trying to read everything I remember about any interaction I had with them. Because I was kind of a know-it-all. No surprise there, right? I was like this kind of like arrogant junior know-it-all. So I bet that's what it was. The whole place was full of new paint smell and new stuff. The entire place was full of like new construction. That's why it was so plausible to me. We had literally just taken a warehouse within a month before that and turned it into office space. So it was really, really plausible, but I didn't see it. I did not see it. And they just walked away. Get their number, send a message. Haha, I get it. With no context. You know, if I had him on LinkedIn, I would do that. You know what? Oh. I got to reach out to Brent. So Brent is the one who sent me the Think Award. He's military that I taught. I bet Dennis would know too. Dennis was my lead. I bet he would know their names. I bet he would still know them. I bet he has LinkedIn friends with them. I'm going to go find him. I'm coming for you. I am coming for you guys. Because they'll be like, nah, I don't remember that at all. You watch. Yeah, they'll totally deny it. They absolutely would. There's no reason for him not to. I've got homework off. Yeah, no one pranked him. Oh, I used to get pranked all the time as a kid. So I'm sure it was just that. But one of my, one of the best friends, I taught him Linux, right? He, Brent, if you're out there, are you out there, Brent? He might be watching on occasion. He and Dennis loves to prank. You know what? God damn it. We used to call him Drill Sergeant. Dennis might have even been in on it. God damn it. Dennis, if you're in on this, holy cow, I'm going to find you, man. Why would they not tell me though? Where's the satisfaction and not telling me? The satisfaction they would have had, if they were actually trolling me, then I would think that they would want to get the enjoyment of seeing me like totally get deflated from finding out they totally got me. 20 years later, you'll find out. It was a super entertaining story. I'm really enjoying this. Oh, well, it's just, yeah, it's crazy. The satisfaction is now maybe they're watching, kind of play the long game. I tell you what, though, it's funny because I recently have had contact with all of those people from before. So Rob Kemp, who recruited me into Nike.com, and I haven't had contact with one of my other managers at IBM. So, but yeah, I just recently had contact with Dennis and Brent because I'm looking for that, Go job. And Ilias, Ilias would know. And I just talked to him on LinkedIn. So I guess there is a reason to keep LinkedIn around. So I'm actually gonna go hit them up. I'm gonna hit them all up on LinkedIn. You watch. I'm gonna ask them all on LinkedIn. I'm gonna like, do you remember the names of our network engineers and are they on LinkedIn? No, I to tell you the truth, I don't think I did, but I don't remember. Look, I'm going to confess something here. I was doing some things that would have got me in trouble, but they weren't hacking. And I already told you one of the things I was doing that was a violation of what we're supposed to do. And hey, I'm Dembski. And I'm going to openly confess the thing that made me nervous about having the network guys come talk to me. And by the way, there was no way they would have ever been able to trace it. And it wasn't a hack. But I was sick. So I told you already the story. And I think statute of limitations has lapsed. So I don't think they can come after me for this. I think. I'm willing to tell you the story anyway, because nothing bad came about this. In fact, much good came about. So no, that's an easy one. No, but I had to read through everybody else's illegal porn on their email servers because we were getting blacklisted. I don't even want to talk about that. That is the most disturbing job ever. Like having to trace why you're getting blacklisted by certain mail servers. Oh my God. May you never have that job. That was like, I didn't actually have to see it, but I had to read some of the words in order to identify because like, why are we getting blacklisted based on this? Anyway, completely separate issue. So I was in charge of all of the mail going through Consolidated Freightways. I was in charge of all the mail coming in and out of that company on behalf of IBM, my contractor that we were contracted with. And I mean, this is years ago, 2001, 2002. And I already told you the story because the reason I was put in charge of the SN mail servers is because when they didn't have anybody to do it and they needed somebody at our donut meeting. They asked, is anybody, I've told the story before, they asked, does anybody have any experience running SMTP mail servers? And I said, yes, because I was doing it in my house. And by the way, that's how I caught the hacker from Amsterdam. And I've told you that, or I think it was Amsterdam. I've told you guys that story before, which I'll tell you again another day. So anyway, the thing that I was doing, and I'll confess to, and I've already talked about it briefly, but I'll tell you why it was the wrong thing to do and make sure you guys don't get in trouble doing it. So it was just me, man. I was the only one in charge of the mail server. And I already told you the story about how I took the mail server down before. Remember that story? By thinking I was turning my laptop off? So I was terrified. I was terrified of screwing up. You know, I mean, I was now in charge of all of the email for the whole Consolidated Freightways company. And I was terrified. I had, you know, the send mail book right there. I was doing my best to keep the mail up and everything. But I was so terrified of it going down. And I was good enough with Linux to know how to write monitors and stuff. So here's where it gets a little gray. So, oh, I don't know how to say this. Technically what I did wasn't even illegal, but it bordered on being so. Okay, so the main thing I did was not against company policy. It was the extra little thing I did that was definitely violations. Here it is. I set up, you guys know ProcMail, right? Anybody know ProcMail out there? I mean, our beginning web people are like, what the heck are we doing here? So this all started for me doing web development. All of this started for me doing web development and wanting to be more interested in Linux on the back end. So ProcMail. So I set up, because I was so petrified of something in our servers going down. The beginners are now gone. We'll come back for them. I sailed off the plantation. I'm sorry, Braga. We'll come back. Yeah, I can edit all of this out. Maybe I'll edit it out, but yeah, I'm confused. This is just for wizards. So I get the hell out of here. Am I sweating yet? I think I am. I am sweating a little bit on this one. Okay, so I didn't want to be responsible for another mail outage because I was like so paranoid. I was a junior, still sort of, and so the rabbit hole we risk getting up in Russia. And so I set up a cron job. All right. I set up a cron job. Anybody know what a cron job is? I'm like so far out of web territory right now. I'm sorry. I set up a cron job. A cron job is a thing that runs on any Linux machine that you can set up to run every minute or every hour or whatever. And they're really valuable. In fact, a lot of beginners, their first experience with VI was cron jobs, because they would do cron tab dash e and throw them into VI, and they've never seen it before. And like, what do I do now? Does anybody have that experience? So that's one of the reasons they went with Nano as the default. Google Task Scheduler. How dare you, M. Dembski? So here's how it goes. +1 for cron, right? And I mean, cron is awesome. Cron is a great tool to have in your bailiwick, in your tool chest, for all sorts of reasons. There's so many things you can do. And this is one of those things. I cobbled together my own monitoring system, and I was really, frankly, I had kind of a, sorry, it is a never-ending story. I had kind of a knack for cobbling together, like, you know, informal monitoring systems and kind of thing. You see me do that all the time on my stream here. I really love that part of Linux. You can like put a few pieces together and all of a sudden you got a full-blown enterprise monitoring system. You don't even have to buy anything. And so I did. So I made cron job. I wrote my own Perl, very like this. I wrote my own Perl SendMail gateway client, a mail user agent, MUA, which sends mail. And I sent a specific timestamp in the thing, and you know that would go out. It would go out. It would write it. It would write the file, and it would write a checksum for that file and its date stamp, and it would go out, and it was addressed to my own provider, my own email provider, and on my own server in my house, which is running on my SMTP server, and it would pick it up, and then it would hit my ProcMail recipe based on its name on my home system. And it would turn it around and it would send the exact same message back to me. So it was just a big mail ping system. But the reason I did that system is because I was like so terrified that if something went down. So I set a timestamp on it. It was like, if it was like that whole, you know, like that plot line, like if I'm not back in 10 minutes, you know, burn the building down or call the fire department or whatever. And that's exactly what it was. It was one of those Mr. Robot thing where he saves himself. He says, if I don't turn off the system in X amount of time, your data is going to go out to so-and-so. Well, I built one of those systems, but I built it to send me a page, a critical page. I know you guys know what pagers are, but it was to set me a critical page if it took more than 5 minutes. And a lot of times I would log in, and it was just like there was like some clogging. The really great thing about it was that I could see the mail. I could see all the hops in the header of the SMTP mail. I could see what was bogging it down, whether it got stuck on one of our relays or not. And so I could actually identify the slow points in our system. It wasn't just one mail server; it was the relays and everything. So I could identify where the slow parts were in the system. It's not a particularly innovative way of doing it. It was just practical. But it really, that part of it wasn't really a violation of any policy. What was a violation of policy? Here we go. So here it comes. No, sending an email at regular intervals to my own home system and having it bounce back an email was not illegal. It wasn't, nothing I did was illegal, by the way. It might have been against company policy, but it wasn't illegal. So I wonder, Vera could probably guess what I did. So I'll set it up and you can probably guess. No. God, no. Your BCC series email. No. So, I mean, I could have, that's the dangerous thing. I mean, if I wanted to, I had access to everybody's email. And I will tell you right now, I did not like that responsibility, because that meant sometimes having to read through email and say, is this what's getting us blacklisted or not? Like, that's not it. And I hated it. I was Mormon, naive kid. And no, I did not. That would have got me immediately taken down. It's 12 p.m. Hello, Uncle Roger. It's 12 p.m. here. That just is how it goes. So this is what we did do. Okay. So I didn't want to risk not being able to fix the issue fast enough so that it didn't look the mail server. You gotta understand, all our bonuses and everything from IBM, the year that I set up the system, we got 5 nines. 5 nines. And 5 nines is pretty damn amazing. You guys know what that is? So 4 nines is usually the service level agreement, the SLA that you have when you're a system administrator. And this is all professional speak that probably Vera gets, but when you make a contract with somebody, the way that they hold you accountable and pay you is they say you have to have 4 nines uptime. That means you have to have 99.99% uptime. Less than 6 minutes downtime per year. And you know what this talks about, we're talking about. And if you're a system administrator under that pressure, and I was, we're talking about the entire pressure for our account. If you don't hit your SLA, the company doesn't have to pay to some degree. And it's a big deal. Thousands of dollars are lost. Jobs are lost over this. Is why when I took the mail server down that one time, I was so happy that the mail didn't stop flowing and it got stuck in some stupid init state. Because if they had detected, no, they didn't detect anything. If they had detected the server was down, and then the people that are watching it, yeah, it depends on the contract, yeah. But we had a pretty tough contract with these guys, and so they were like really on it. But that week that I set up the server, I had 5 nines. We had 5 nines uptime. I got a bonus. But but in order to do that, so there were times when the server did get overly bogged down, or I think there was one time I forgot to rotate logs. You ever had that happen? Yeah, I don't remember if that was one of them. I've done that at least once. I think that might have been the account it was on. If you forget to rotate logs on a SendMail server, you will crash. you will crash in interesting ways. And so just note to self, note to y'all. And so I was like really paranoid. Anyway, so this is what I did. I set up a reverse SSH tunnel from my home system, which bypassed all the network security completely. And the reason I did that was, and I if Dennis is watching this, he's like, you're going to come over and hit me for saying it. That's why I don't want to say it, because I think Dennis would come after me. Yeah. Does anybody in the chat want to explain what a reverse SSH tunnel backdoor is? I don't know if I want to be the one to teach you how to do this right now. If you do this in a company, you cannot tell anybody that you learned it from me, because this is like a serious violation. This will get you fired on the spot in some places. Yeah, Dembski knows. Please tell me you don't do that at Google. And now Google's never going to hire me because I just admitted to violating. And now, you know what? I just ruined my career right here. I'm totally ruining my career in front of everybody. Let me tell you, this, I was going to say, and you can connect to that session to get in. Yeah. You learned this from your network professor, right? So what I did for the sake of our 5.9's uptime, rather than to go through other proper channels to get approval to open up what was a back door, which they did not have the architecture for, by the way. Okay. They didn't have any kind of VPN set up at all. You see what I'm saying? They had no VPN. This was like pre-VPN. This is 2001, 2002. Companies didn't do that kind of stuff. Oh, you had a DPI that kills all SSH connections? Yeah. Good for you, Vera. So you can't even do a reverse SSH connection at my job. Yeah. And you can connect to that session to get in. Yeah. So you gotta understand, in 2001, this was kind of a gray area because there was no such thing as a VPN, and you had system administrators that needed access to the system to do things like what I needed to do. And even though I lived, 3 blocks away, if I had a server go down, the ability for me to get in and get it back up would have been, it was just too risky. It was just too risky. And so, I set up a reverse SSH tunnel that was connected, which meant that I kind of feel sick inside for admitting it, but it meant that at home on my lockdown system on my desk in my house, I could connect to localhost, whatever, 2022 or something. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it was going to take me so long. And I got paged at least once that I remember in the middle of the night for SML traffic going down or something, because I don't know what was going on. They must have had batch jobs at night or something. But there were reasons that I needed to get connected, but they didn't even have the architecture to connect. And to get the architecture to connect would have meant multiple layers of like bureaucracy. Oh God, no, this was way long ago, way before AWS. And so I felt sort of justified doing it. My system was totally locked down. It was just me in the house, and I would SSH into my localhost 2020, and I had a SSH terminal on my computer inside of the organization, and then I could do all my SendMail stuff from there. I basically made my own VPN. That's all it was. I made my own completely secure VPN. It's not like I added a public vulnerability to the corporate network. Somebody would have had to have hacked my system, and that is why you do not do this kind of thing, because there's no guarantee that your personal home system hasn't been cut. Now, this was a freaking locked down box in my house. This was not like the machine that I played games on or anything like that, but still, yeah, I added a vulnerability to the corporate network, and that is an immediate firing offense. So I don't even know why I'm telling you this. It's not the kind of, look, I was young. I was terrified of the server going down. I did it for all the right reasons. Don't get black bagged. I know I might end up getting black bagged. Yeah. Or I might end up getting, but I did a lot for that company. I mean, they had to tell me to stop doing things for that company because they were starting to expect so much performance out of me. I kid you not. Dennis actually took me aside. He probably wouldn't admit it now, but he took me aside. He goes, dude, you have to stop doing stuff. They're going to expect all this stuff from us. And I made up a backup system, and I spent my time like relabeling tapes. I don't know how many times. Even made my own system for labeling tapes, and just all this automation and top, my whole team Linux and Perl and stuff. But I did have that one thing, and it was for all the right reasons. But I guess I regret it. I really regret it. And so I'm going to tell you the story now, because there is no way in hell that I would ever do that now. And if I caught somebody doing that, I don't care what the purpose, particularly now, The climate has changed immensely. We're talking about a time back when people had Telnet and FTP vulnerabilities all over. So my little backdoor SSH tunnel was the least of their problems, but still, it wasn't the right thing to do. Doing a lot of stuff sounds like a job security strategy. If they expect that and all that you're doing, and you're the one doing it, and they expect it, that's good for you. I don't know. Look, I was the only person in charge of that. The buck stopped with me, and nobody else understood what I was doing. Nobody in their entire company, nobody in my entire team. I was alone. It was me. And if the mail stopped flowing, it was on me. And that level of pressure was somebody who had 2 young kids and a brand new baby has just been born, a third actually. And I was stressed. I mean, it was the best type of stress. You know, it was exciting stress sort of, but it caused me to do things to preserve my ability to do that. What's an MSP? Managed service provider. Yeah, we didn't have them at all, did we? Vera, we didn't have MSPs back then, right? So Rob didn't work for Company X. I work for IBM. I don't mind telling you the names of the companies. I did it for IBM, and it was for a company that's now bankrupt. So go figure. And it wasn't because of me. I guarantee you that. It was because of the corruption in that company. It was all rumors, but that's pretty substantiated rumors. I mean, the company was just riddled with corruption. Yeah, it was a transport company, and there was like all this infighting, and there were people playing golf while the thing was going bankrupt. They were just completely abusive of all the money they had. It was a mess, man. It was like a running slow motion example of everything wrong with capitalism. This company is going in the toilet, and the upper executives are partying every day. They don't even care. It was insane. And I watched the whole company just go downhill. And we lost our contract because of it, obviously. And then I had to scramble and get the job in Tucson. So it's crazy. Learning web design. Oh, dude, you don't know what you're in for. I'm going to have to change this. I'm going to have to change the title. I am the worst at that. But you guys, we got talking about networking and go back to how the internet works. Yes, we can right now. I'm doing it right now. I'm not going to do capitalism bad again. So I feel good at getting it off my chest though, even though it's like totally public for on record. And look, whatever. I've learned a lot. So, there you go. 1 megabyte rule of thumb. This is the one we were reading about. The other one. All right. So let's regroup a little bit. Xorg as a service. Yes. And we used to do that too. We would open Xorg our eyes on other people's computers for fun. The drama of the story. Yeah. Well, it's the moral of my story is in that particular case, don't be me. Be me in the sense of like proactively finding vulnerabilities in your system, which I did. And that's why I feel kind of okay telling both of those stories together, because my intent was always good. I never was trying to compromise the system in any way. And in fact, I was trying to do my job and keep it up. And the stress of the job, had me open a vulnerability ultimately, that nobody took advantage of, well, except for me to keep the system up. So anyway, here we go. So interest in extranets. That's where that came from. Basically what I built was an extranet. How's that for a segue? Oh God, I can't believe it. So yeah, I built an extranet. I built an unauthorized extranet. That's what I did. It was relevant. There you go. I built an unauthorized extranet to my home network so that I could maintain their server and keep their precious email messages full of pornography and swearing safe and sound. Oh my God. The people in that job were so amazing, but that job itself was like, I just remember I could go to the gym in the morning and it was a good time. I was doing serious triathlons back then. I had a pretty good 10 Olympic time trial time. P-Word is a kind of friendly stream. Is a kid-friendly stream. Did I say P-Word? What did I say? Did I say something bad? Again? I'm sorry. I'm trying not to use the bad words. The bad words. I'll get better. Why is my thing not advancing here? What have I done? What have I done, people? Oh, I know what I've done. It's the dual monitor problem. All right. So what time is it? 1:52. We got plenty of time. We'll get through this. It wouldn't be possible with VINs, right? VPNs. Yeah, you don't even need to do what I did. Nowadays, accessing the network to get your job done is a regular part of I just made my own VPN. There was no VPN technology available for mass consumption, so I built one. You know, that's what I did. I built my own VPN, my own extranet. And people don't use the word extranet anymore. They use VPN. VPN is an extranet. You give somebody access to your VPN, and then they have their systems tied together. People don't even call it extranet anymore. There was one time I could have a job in C++ dev 3 years ago. The time I knew so far was Bash and Python, so they didn't want me. Sometimes I wonder how my life would have been different if you studied C++ and gotten that job. Just don't know, right? I mean, there was, yeah. Here we go. Yes, Hamachi was even available. Hamachi was not available in the 90s, was it? Was Hamachi? Yeah, 2001. Was it available? Well, I didn't know. I was still pretty junior. Yeah, I'd only been doing Linux since, well, I've been doing Linux for a while, but I couldn't be doing network administration for a while. I really wasn't versed in IT infrastructure solutions at the time. At Dembski, I used to regularly SSH home for my first job during college so I could access IRC and chat with friends. And it wasn't until later, 6 months later, that the corporate NetOps noticed the emailed me to ask me to stop. There you go, Dembski. And honestly, looking back now, I realize that it was much bigger of a deal than it was then. At the time, I thought I was just doing the right thing and it was just making it easier to do. I knew inside that it was kind of crossing the line, but it didn't feel as bad as it does to me now. I'll just tell you that. Right now, looking back at it, I feel kind of, I imagine that's how we got into this problem. You know, people that are, engineers in their 20s are doing all kinds of crazy things, and then they make movies about how it was a big mistake, i.e. social engineering, right? The social experiment. And it was, yeah, Hamachi was a sushi chef, right? Hamachi is a really great, that's my favorite sushi fish, actually. That's that yellow one. I only used Hamachi once, and that was to play Terraria before a real multiplayer. Okay, let's get back to the web design. So if you're a beginner, thank you for staying here. If you have left and you have not come back until later, like after the whole thing was published, I understand. Just know that we geeked out a little bit, and remember things you're not supposed to do, and ways to. So yes, please come back. So a word about browsers. We talked about browsers. We're going to skip this. This is a really important topic, the whole browser topic, but we're talking about rendering engines. The rendering engine is the thing inside the browser that please come back, is the thing that renders everything. And, I could have swore WebKit. I think this might be outdated. You guys know? I think this WebKit stuff here is actually forked from WebKit. There you go. I did not know this. Who knows about this stuff? You don't need to know about it if you're going to do web development, but this is interesting. I just find this interesting. So the engine is the thing that runs inside. Do you know about this stuff, Dembski? So is WebKit? WebKit's pretty much in everything, right? MS Edge is Edge Chromium, right? Well, that's yeah. This is old. I mean, this is a problem with books, right? Oh, did you used to work on Chrome? Cool. So WebKit is a thing. So help me, Dembski, since you're here, you might know. I've heard the story with WebKit is it was an independent project, and this is not something interesting to web developers, but the rest of us are kind of interested into it. So I've heard that WebKit I used to give Apple credit for inventing WebKit and giving it back to the open source community. And someone said, "Oh no, that's not how that worked. That's not how that went down." The way I've been told that happened was that WebKit was an independent project. It was a fork of KHTML. Somebody mentioned that, Conqueror's engine, and I remember Conqueror, and that they basically took it and put it in, and then reused that just like they reused BSD and everything else. But suffice it to say that WebKit became the standard across the board for rendering, and we've since been able to drop all of our prefixes and everything that we used to put in everything. Also, Netscape was WebKit. I think it was, and we talked about that yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was, but this is that kind of summary. Again, I probably should have waited to talk about what we did yesterday until we hit this particular part of the book. But yeah, WebKit is king. Chromium is kind of king. Chrome itself is king. No, Netscape was dead long before WebKit came out. Really interesting. We got the authority here. Thank you for being here, Dembski. It wasn't really a fork. Okay. Worst part of upstream is that you're liable to get the late night munchies. I know I haven't even taken a break myself, but I probably should. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. Except for I just blew my whole break time, so I'm going to keep going. I should totally go install Netscape in Wine and see if it works. You kind of should. Netscape, in case you're wondering, was one of the first web browsers. Yeah. Did you see the container where they got Netscape running inside Netscape or something? It was some weird thing. Because WebKit has gotten too convoluted, level of the knowledge. Oh, well, thanks. Blink, WebKit was always Apple forked from KHTML. Oh, gotcha, Bri. It was started within Apple for Conqueror. Interesting. It was. That's a fact. That's a fact. Because somebody was telling me that's not true. You can get Mosaic and Linux. Yes, you can. You guys are like internet historians. We kind of are. We're like walking dinosaurs. At least Vera and I are. Vera and I are literally like walking dinosaurs. But whatever. I own it. It's wonderful. Yeah, I'm all scaly. Sensitive to light. Here we go. Web addresses, URLs. I have a question for you. This is a massive debate. It'll get everybody fighting. What's the difference between a URL and a URI? Ready to go. Ready to go. What's the difference between a URL and a URI? I'm not one letter. I knew that would come, particularly from you. It would take a compiler guy to say that, right? One letter is different when I'm parsing it. That is just so perfect of an answer from you. URL ends in I. Yeah, there you go. URL is everything after the domain. All right. Well, so in case you're wondering, one of them is universal resource. You probably researched this all already. Because why? Because you're an autodidact and you've gone through and researched. I'm not even going to tell you. Go research it on your own. You'll love it more. Dang it, it's right there on the screen. Shoot. Might as well read it. All right, so universal resource locator. URL can be an application. URL opens an application. Ooh, I haven't heard that version of it. URL can open an application. URI can open an application. URL opens in an application. URLs are meant to be able to find a resource. Yes, whereas a URI just means it's enough to identify something. That's probably the best one of all. That's exactly what it is. So the I stands for identifier. The L stands for locator. And so, yeah, you see that. It's a little bit different. Sometimes people will use HTTP as an identifier when they really could use a locator. But URI, yeah, there's lots of different things like that. They are the same thing, but everyone, to the most hardcore geeks, it's just pretty much true. They get interchanged all the time, and most of the time they mean the same thing. So, oh no, you saw my knee again. The illusion has been ruined again. Let's see. So if you put calc A in Discord, it will be a link that opens calc. Really? Wow, that's cool. Well, initially some of Apple's WebKit changes were made in upstream to KHTML. The relationship sourced and the projects diverged. That's probably what was going on. Thanks, Brian, for that clarification. This is so much more fun. A URL is a special type of identifier that also tells you how to access it. Okay, I like that one too. It was a very public divorce, and that's maybe what I heard with regard to that. Hey, Shitown Dicky. Is that like URA in the house, but the URA opens the door? Maybe. Could be. One last thing on the networking, by the way, that they didn't cover. And I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole, I swear to God. The IP numbers can be considered, we talked about the post office analogy, right? So the IP numbers can be considered the building or the house. And if you've ever added a colon at the end and then a number like 8080 or 80 or 3000 or 22 or whatever that number is that comes after the colon in a URI or a URL is called a port. And the port, actually, you can remember it because the word for door in French is la porte. Fermez la porte. And it's not a rabbit hole, I swear to God. And so the port is, you can consider that kind of like the number above the door. So if you're looking for a mnemonic device to remember this, think of the IP number being the building and the ports being, see, maybe you got a back door and a front door, right? Maybe you have a service entrance if you're a building. Every one of those ports has a different number and they all have a different purpose. The mail door is where all the mail goes and where all the people exchange mail, and that's the protocol there that they do. That's the work that they do in that thing. Maybe the front door is where all new people come to be greeted. So the protocol for the front door is a different port. And if you think of it that way, you'll have, oh wow, that's a great link. Thank you, Archification. If you think of it that way, you might be able to make sense of what's going on. So when the mailman comes to your house or they bring a thing, and I used to work for the mailroom, by the way. I worked in the Bank of America mailroom for a year and a half. It was a blast. Just listening to music, sorting mail, and there's a lot of real similarity there. We would take all of the mail to the main distribution post office, but mail that was going inside of the company, we would go find, the door or the building or the room, and we'd say, okay, the mail goes here. So it doesn't do emojis, no. It does, some of the emojis it doesn't do. Are you trying to join them? You can make him join. It doesn't. The rabbit. That's a good one though. Your rabbit hole is really good. So anyway, if you're wondering how networks work, that's what's going on, and it's important we talk about that because a part of a URL and a URI is often the colon and the port that goes in there, particularly when you're doing web development. So that conversation is relevant to this moment in our reading of this book, this workthrough of this book here. So as we go down, we have the complete URL is generally made up of three components: the protocol, the site name, and the absolute path to the document. Okay, so as I just said, they left out one, right? So there you have the protocol or the schema. That's usually called the schema, not the protocol. There you go. Localhost 8080 is your friend. Yes. Particularly if you're redirecting OAuth that you want to intercept, so you can do that. Anyway, the site name and the absolute path to the document are shown. So in this book, Jen's left off I believe what's important, she left off the port. And the port is often provided, especially during development, like you've seen Harry list here. And so I just want to make sure to put that in here. In fact, nope, God, they left it off, man. They lost a beautiful opportunity here. So right here would be colon 8080, and that's the port. And by the way, that port is often synonymous with this over here, the protocol. Okay. In fact, these protocols have default numbers. And this is a real junior question, but what is, don't answer if you already know if you're a senior. If you're a junior, answer though, what is the default port for HTTP? Sorry for yelling. I didn't mean to hurt your ears. HTTP, what is the default port that's not written here? 80. Good. All right. 22 for SSH. Yep. Veracrise. I know this one. Okay. What happens when they add an S here? What's the default port when you add an S here that's not written here because it's implied by the why 80? I don't know. It just is. It just is. It always has been. So 22 has been the secure shell port forever. It always has been. 21 is Telnet. No. SSH only has one. 22. 21 is Telnet. Dungeon Master. Yes, you got it. So HTTPS, the S, which used to stand for a different protocol, it's all TLS now, but is defaults to :4443. Is 23 Telnet? You might be right on that. I might be spacing. Is Telnet 23? Yeah, what's 21 then? I don't remember. You know what? Here's how you can tell. If you have a Linux system, I know you guys don't, but if you have a Linux system, here's how you can easily tell this. Okay. So you open up a file called Etsy services. See that? You can open it with Nano or Catted or whatever. This Etsy services file has all of this information, all the ports by default. So yeah, it was FTP. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I've been out of it for a while. Where they listed the well-known ports at the time, in that list there wasn't a protocol assigned to port 80. It went from 79 to 81. Thanks for the info, Vera. First version of HTTP in the document. If the port number is not specified, 80 is always assumed. The first from that was the next report. Interesting. Today I learned why all the dev environments choose to use 3000. That's a great question, and the number one reason for that is because it's above 1080. Or is it 12? Which one? It's 1080. Is it above 1080 or is it 1280? Okay, so all of these ports under, I think it's 1080. Let me go see. I'm almost positive it's 1080, but I can't say for sure. It is 1080? Okay. So any port below 1080 requires root access to connect to. And, you know, it's 2020. Nobody connects as root anymore. Can you believe we ran web servers as root? What were people thinking, man? What were people thinking? We ran Telnet with no encryption too. I mean, it was a hacker heyday in 97. FSP or something to do with security. Yeah. If you want to avoid some scans on some of your website pages, you can landing page at 80 and then have the navigation to other pages that go to another port. Yes, you totally can do that. There's actually a trick I did. Since the port 443, as we said, is where HTTPS is, right? I had a bunch of people in my community, young people that were in high school and middle school, and they couldn't connect to the server to make themselves not bored during school. They were like so smart, just outliers. And they wanted to log into SkillStack server and work on their stuff because they finished their homework in like 10 minutes in class or something. And they had a computer. And so what we did is we set up an SSH server on port 443. Somebody want to explain why I did that? Even the beginners can probably figure this one out. Why would I possibly run a secure shell connection port on a known web port? What possible reason could I do that? Is it 1024? It is 1024, right? I said 1080 because it was in my head. I'm sorry. It's 1024. It's 1024 because it's a 2 to the 10. Of course it is. Sorry, I'm really stupid there. Yeah. So because 443 is you cannot access the internet web pages at all if your school blocks 443 because it would block every web page on the entire internet. I deliberately ran our SSH server on port 443 so that they could tunnel through from their school into skillstack.sh and work on their projects and, you know, do all their coding like that when they would be bored. And they couldn't block it because their routers are stupid. By the way, you can't do that with a Palo Alto router now. So Palo Alto routers have packet inspection and they will shut you down. They're like, no, this is not an HTTP packet. The fact that they can do packet inspection at that fast without adding any sort of latency really blows me away. And that is not a beginner topic, but I got a lot of advanced people here, so I got to keep them interested too. So yeah. Oh yeah, schools block 22. UNC Charlotte downtown blocks port 22 completely. You cannot use SSH at all on campus. It's the stupidest. It's so stupid. That important number. Yeah. They look at the headers. Yeah. Now who knows what service has a default port of 25565? I know that one. Can I answer? You gotta understand. I ran a mentoring community with 9 to 18-year-olds for years. Who knows it by default? It's actually also one of the only protocols that supports subnet mapping to ports too. You guys know about that, right? It's so freaking cool. So I didn't even know this protocol existed until this particular, it's Minecraft. Yep. Yeah. Blocks 23 and 25. Well, they probably should block 23. 25565 is Minecraft. And Minecraft has a really cool, well, I'm getting down the, this is a thing. Minecraft, I'm just going to say it before I go back. Minecraft has SRV records. Yeah. Yep. SRV records. Minecraft as an application supports SRV records, which is just so cool because that means you can map subdomains to, it's not as common. I don't know. I haven't seen it besides Minecraft. Of course, I'm not in contact with as much stuff as you. 5432 is Postgres. Did not know that. Why would you use different ports just so you can know the type of website is? Good question, D-Fly. Let's talk about that. It's just like, let's use that analogy of the building, right? A different port is associated with a different application that's listening on that port. And when you have an application that's listening on that port, it's expecting a certain protocol. It's expecting certain kinds of data and connections and stuff like that. So every one of these applications we've talked about, and actually you can tell one of the main distinctions between the TCP and UDP, these are different ways, you know, those packets we talked about, right? Those things are flying around and those packets have a particular type of data in them. And that data is different depending on what service is being connected to. And that service is mapped to a port. So by connecting to port 22, I'm connecting, it's as if I went up and knocked on the secure, you know, the super secure port that's got multiple, you know, army guards around it. And it's like, okay, I want to go in and have to do retina scan. But then after that, I can do really secret business, right? It's as if I were communicating through that to that doorway, that port. And so it's literally an application, a service is listening for a connection and it's going to talk in a specific way. So obviously Minecraft talks in a completely different way on its port than with the web pages or with a secure HTTP page request or SSH. It's all encrypted. All that communication is all encrypted. And every one of those ways of communicating is called a protocol. And if you want a thing to remember when it comes to protocols, think about, I usually show C3PO right here. What is C3PO? C3PO is a protocol droid, right? So, hey Quint, so C3PO is programmed in multiple forms of communication. His job is in translating, you know, the communication between things. And the word protocol is not just a form of communicating, but it's also, you know, there's a certain protocol that you have to do when you go to visit the Queen of England, for example. And it's like all the handshakes and the interactions and the ways that these connections are created are often described in terms of handshakes and things like that. And that's, you know, they have to establish the protocol and now we have a connection and now we can talk. So there are a lot of, you can anthropomorphize, you know, all of these services a lot by what they each do differently. And that's what's up. That's what's up with ports. So any port below 1024 has to have root access. And so the reason 3000, 8000, 8080 and all that, the reason that those are commonly popular is because users can can launch servers that connect to those ports. And so they don't give up as much access to the system if they get hacked. If a service that's under, 1024 it doesn't change its ownership. They all do these days, but if it didn't and it got hacked, it would be giving up, a higher level of access to the system that would then allow them to get the hackers to get more stuff. So that's what's going on. Oh, good old Wireshark. For getting into packet analysis in Linux, Wireshark for sure. There's some other great stuff on the Windows front too that Cisco makes. Whoa, how come everyone converges on TCP/IP? Because we were talking about URLs, and then we got talking about ports, and then we got talking about, we can always usually trace it. It's not your normal web development class, that's for sure. Zeek.org? What's that? How does Apache 2 get to use port 80 now that it doesn't run as root? That's a very fair question, Vera. Do you want to answer it? Do you want to answer that? I can answer. I think he's being devil's advocate there. That's a great question. I'm going to talk about it. Okay, so these guys probably don't want to know that. It starts as root and drops as perms. Yep. So it does a I want to say it's not shown. It's setuid. And we talked about setuid. So what Vera is referring to, and you probably don't care if you're just here for the web development, but those services that start on ports under 10 and 1024 have to start as root, and that includes mail and a bunch of other things, secure shell. But if you look at the process table, you'd be like, well, let's see, let's do, was it net stat? I can do listeners. And so here's all the listening things. So you have node, that tells you the ports here. So what they do is the services will connect. They'll start up with root access, but as soon as they run, the first thing they do, because they have root access, is they change their identity and they start turning into something else, www or some other account that has much lower privileges than root, and that's how they save you from being hacked. So if Apache or NetEngineX or one of these web servers gets hacked, you don't lose your whole server to root access. If somebody does hack an application on port 3000, for example, they would only gain access, and then it's a standard part of cybersecurity process of pen testing to elevate permissions, which means you get user-based permissions, and then you got to look around for a way to elevate those permissions into root access, and then you can really have it. You can do whatever you want on the system. It's like babies and grandpas in the same. It kind of is. Sure. You know what? That's fine, right? Nest up Plunt. I do Tulpen. Everybody's got their own. You want to do that? That's what listening is actually, I think. Yeah, I think mine's Tulpen. Wait, did I not do that? No, mine's a different one. Yep, Tulpen. There it is. So yeah, I use Tulpen all the time because I can just remember it. Don't worry if you can't remember this, but these people want to. If you get rid of the N, you'll see the service number, by the way. See there? You can't really read it because of my stupid. So this is all the stuff that's listening. As you can see, I just doxed my IP address though, didn't I? God damn it. Did I? Yeah, I think I did. Oh well. I hope I didn't. I swore, I'm sorry. I just swore. Deserve a service user group which contains a web server. Yes. We got you. All right. So here we go. We got web. So this is a URL. You almost never will see a URL without an S here. In fact, I would go so far as to say that it's a flaw in this book. To list the default URL to not have an S. Why is that? We're good guys here. Why is that? This book is ancient, dude. It's funny. She's updated certain parts of it, but other parts of it are still really ancient. And she even admits it. She knows she needs to update it. But it's still very thorough, and I'm going to stick with it. So there. We talked about this Vera on the first day. Yeah, I know it is, but it's like the latest. Is there another one besides 5th edition? Is there a 6th edition? Am I missing one? Because maybe I have 6th edition and the PDF is just 5th edition. I have to make sure right now. No more secrets. Learning web design. Latest edition. Yes. Martivo, very good. It is old, and she's just, busy. She actually has another one planned at some point. But there's been so much change on the web front, it's going to be really hard for her to do a new one. It just is. It's going to be really, really tough. This is something completely different, so I'm going to get rid of that for now. All this stuff can go away. This is the stuff we were doing with gRPC. Please don't be alarmed. I should have changed all that before I did this. All right, so let's go back into the README and team looks in. All right. So that's the problem with books. Yeah, that's the site. And actually, I think she has some errata there too. So that's a good link to have, guys. Free SSL. Yes, it is. That's a good thing to mention too. So normally, If Twitch certificate expired, I wouldn't use the site. Yeah. So normally, what I'm going to tell you here is that this would be not a big deal. And when this book was made in 2018, and even before, having S on the end was like, oh, that's nice. I mean, you got to remember, all our Gmail for years was unencrypted. But this has all changed. In 2020, you almost never find a site that doesn't have HTTPS. Certificates do expire. I have a few that are about to expire, the free ones. So what I'm trying to say, we're not going to go into how to give yourself a Let's Encrypt certificate right now. I watch people start to cry due to it. Why? You didn't like that got announced, Let's Encrypt? Oh, yeah. Let's Encrypt completely bankrupted. Like, what was VeriSign? Didn't VeriSign lose a ton of money? Okay, so what do certificates do? This is normally, I don't know where else we would talk about this topic, so we might as well talk about it now. And we're not going to talk about getting yourself a certificate in this class, but it is a part, or this course, or this series, whatever you want to talk. Everything needs HTTPS now. Everything. And I'm going to tell you why everything needs HTTPS. There's been a couple of allusions to it, but I'm going to tell you about progressive web apps and why they require it. So what a certificate does is it encrypts the connection between your web browser and the server that you're connected to. That's it. It negotiates that, it hands off a handshake, and so that connection cannot be eavesdropped. Now, please don't get into all the exceptions here, guys. I know that there's ways to get by some of it and all that. That doesn't prevent you, for example, from finding out what sites you went to or what query strings you have or, what IP addresses you went to. None of that is protected by HTTPS, which is actually TLS. That's the name of it. Is the man-in-the-middle attacks, right? I can see everything. So the man-in-the-middle attacks are when somebody is either on the router between you and what you want to get to. Remember all those hops we were talking about? Somebody either compromised one of those, or they've done something to your network, particularly on Wi-Fi, to cause your traffic to go through their computer instead of going to where you want. They've made themselves into an unofficial post office to do the routing. And so all of the traffic goes through there. And as it's going through there, if you don't have encryption with HTTPS, you would not believe the software that is out there. There's one, I can't forget the name of it, but it will literally show you you can sit there and put your hands up and just watch everything that they're browsing. Like everything as it's happening. It's crazy. What's the name of it? But it will only work if they don't have encryption. So if they have HTTPS set, that protects that kind of man-in-the-middle attack. So even if somebody did manage to get themselves in the middle of you and your server, it doesn't matter. They couldn't see anything. It's so important that this eavesdrop technology be put in place for so many reasons, that many core technologies that have emerged over the last couple of years won't even work on anything that's not HTTPS. And that includes progressive web apps. So this is a deeper topic, but I just want to tell you can put a thumbtack in this, but later, if you ever hear about PWAs or progressive web apps, you need to know that you cannot add a service worker for a progressive web app to an app that does not have HTTPS installed for all of those reasons, because you could actually man in the middle with a service worker. There's just a lot of ways that your whole session could be compromised. What is that? What is this thing? Nope, 6553. I don't even dare going there. Thanks for trying to help refresh 3 times. Why doesn't TLS encrypt everything like the URL you're hitting, etc.? Because it can't. I wish it could. It can't. A lot of times it can't hide the query string either. And this is something that really annoys me. When people put data in the query string, let me give you an example of that, of something that's really bad. And I'm going to try to not completely dox everything here, but I'm actually not even going to do this because I'm too afraid. But if you go to the Restream Chat API and you click on the application thing that it has, which I'm not going to do right now because I don't want to dox it. It is a token that is passed in the query as a query string that can be intercepted by any router between here and there. And anybody who has that token can take control of that chat session. And I got to tell you, so if you're a web developer, it's just a bad joke. Which one? Oh, it is. VeriSign spying on people. Yeah, another reason to have HTTPS, right? And query string before our professor told us not to. Yes, the query string seems like an easier place to put things. The problem is the query string all too often, as a post body, the tokens should be in the body. So you're just getting started in this, but the moral of the story is don't use the query string. Now, OAuth actually requires the query string. For some applications require using the query string. And when you're doing localhost redirection, OAuth itself, the whole protocol is broken. OAuth is the way that you click on a site and says, I want to authenticate. And it takes you through and you get your authentication done. And normally it's not a problem. But the whole I don't want to get into this, but the whole 3-prong authentication process, if you want to do like a localized thing, you have to be able to redirect and send information to a local host, and that local host doesn't have inbound access. So it has to use a query string, unfortunately, because the whole entire thing is Bork. But we got lots of people contributing here. Unless it's like a YouTube ID or something, that's fine. It's not a secret key in the query. Right. Well, a token is not a secret key, but a token does allow you to be compromised if you're a live streamer, for example, until that token gets expired. And that's a bad thing. It should not be in a query string, period. The localhost thing is only an issue with development. No, it's not, Vera. It's an issue if you want to do localized command line without having to go copy and paste the token in. And I don't. So it's an issue if you have somebody who hasn't implemented 2-prong authentication with OAuth and they're only doing 3. But we'll talk about that another time. It was never meant for sale. I know it wasn't. But the problem is that I want to make things that use the APIs, and the people that produce APIs don't make 2-prong authentication because they don't have time and they don't care about command line applications. So I'm forced to use it. So the best you can do is do the redirect and pick it up with a temporary server really quick. That's what I do on my OAuth module. Don't worry about us. We're just fighting about something. Okay, back to the topic here. So here we go. We have Discord bots use OAuth, but they don't. Right. How far do we get? Oh boy, I really fast forwarded here. So we're getting there. We got our equipment. We're gonna get up to the coding. Okay, I promise. Test yourself. We already did that. We're in chapter 2. The internet. We're up. The internet versus the web. We talked about that. Oh God, why are you being so crazy? All right. What? I swear it's not user error. It's not completely user error anyway. I think I need a break. What time is it? 2:30. Let me make this bigger again. All right. Content wrangling. UX. We talked about all that. Wow, we're like way back. Where are we? Web page addresses. We talked about that. Why do you keep going all the way down when I push page down? I push page down and it goes all the way down. This is totally broken. Linux. It's Linux. Linux is totally broken. I refuse to take responsibility for this. All right, the anatomy of a web page. Wait, this is going down full pages at a time now. I'm even more pissed off. So, all right. Parts of a URL, we did that. Can I middle click? Oh, good. That's what I want. I want middle clicking. Middle clickage. There we go. Access consent into JWT. I don't use JWT, but yeah. Not really. OAuth isn't once if you put the refresh token in the query string. That's what I do. I don't put the refresh token in the query string. God, no. Just, don't scare me like that. Okay, so here we go. So this is the structure of a website. We talked about URL versus URI. There's the answer with that one. I'll let you read it. We talked about it already. The next portion of URL identifies the website. Should you put www in front? We're not going to talk about anything about domains until at some point we're going to talk about how to create a site using Namecheap and create your own domain so you can have your own site. And so in addition to just going the walkthrough of this book, I actually want to help you, if you want, pay your $5 a year or whatever and buy yourself a domain. You can have your own legit website and everything. You won't have to pay for hosting your site at all if you use Netlify or GitLab or GitHub. I mean, there's many ways to host for free. So we're going to be doing all of that. So this tells you about that part. So this part of the URL just tells how to get to your file. If you understand file systems and how they work, then you'll understand this. I actually taught somebody, I don't like the word taught, but I actually had somebody who was here. And I won't give too many details on this because it might be somewhat embarrassing. But they had never used a file system. They had no idea how the file, it was a Mac user. And this person had never used a file system. They had no idea what the slashes were for. All they had done was recent files and stuff like that. And so when I started explaining URLs in terms of file system directories, the way you see here, they had no point of reference. So I'm not going to assume that you know what that is. But of what these represent are, you could think of file folder directories, and you put stuff inside that, and then that folder has something inside that folder, and yeah, in this particular case, this person was a victim of Apple abstraction. That's what I'm going to call it, because Apple had just done the right thing so much, they had no idea what was going on under the hood at all. They had no idea how stuff was organized. They had no idea what the concept of a folder was, because they were so used to just opening their application and looking for the recent applications and stuff like that. They literally had no idea how anything was organized on their system, and I couldn't use that as a point of reference. So the end HTML, hypertext markup language, we talked about that. We're going to get into these files in a bit, but they're just telling you how to organize all this. Yeah, I was really surprised at that. That really blew me away, having been raised but that taught me not to assume anything. What's really interesting about that specific person, once I showed them the power of using the command line to navigate the file system and move things around, after I showed them the graphic user interface, they said, teach me that now. That's the only thing I want to learn. And they wanted to immediately change all of their learning from web to command line because they sensed the power of it. And they were like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Teach me everything you know about the command line right now, and then I'll learn web stuff. The Russian dolls could be some extra analogy to the file system. It is kind of yeah, it is. That's a good one. Simplified URLs. Sometimes people will leave off HTTP or whatever. It drives me crazy that all these URLs have no S's in them, because that's not, it's like really rare now. There are some cases where it's legit, like if you want to curl down a file, although I did recently find out you can use -L. I mean, that was a couple of months ago, but and then you can still curl stuff off, I'm getting ahead of myself. Curl is a tool from the command line that allows you to pull down the source of a web page directly and render it without pull down the web page, not render it. We're going to use a lot of curl later on, but not right now. Skipping the protocol. So if you notice there, the secure web protocol, watch them say that it stands for SSL. What do you bet me? You going to bet me something? You going to bet me that it stands for SSL? I'll bet you it is. Yep, there we go. This is ancient data right here. The L in curl follows redirects. Capital L is redirects, right? If anyone knows here the HTTPS encryption, since it is the browser that implements cross origins, how do you mitigate bypassing it, making cross-site requests on the browser? Great question. I'm not going to answer it because this is a beginner class. You wouldn't know it from all the tangents, the robot holes. Hasn't been used in 5 years. Yeah. This is a book from 2018 and it's still out of date. We haven't used secure socket layer in years. What would you say? 5 years at least. It's all TLS now. So this is false information. This is why I'm doing a walkthrough with you, because even though this is the dominant book for learning web design in colleges right now, it's at least 5 years out of date on many, many of its topics. And I love Jen. I think she's done an amazing job on this book, but it is really, really out of date. in some things. None of the core things, though, by the way. The core things like, use of Flexbox and things like that, those things she kept updated. But these little side things, they're like, she was referring to like IIS the other day and stuff. So I'm not going to hold it against her. I just want to make sure you know. It's never once been called a default.html. I mean, nobody uses that anymore. It's index.html. We're going to talk about what to name your files and all this stuff as we get going. I don't want to get, oh God, default.aspx. Don't give me chills. Or index.php. Ugh. All right. So for 10 points, we can't screw web design. Web design is what you need to know. It's like the kindergarten stuff you have to learn even to be a hacker. You can't hack websites if you don't know how they work, right? You got to know HTML to know that. You don't need to know CSS so much, but it's decent. You need to know enough CSS to make your own profile page if you want to do that. That's why we're covering this. I know we're getting a bunch of hackers and advanced people in here. Like, why are we doing web stuff? Because it's important. And if you're a web person, you like this stuff, don't feel intimidated by the hackers among us. Because reasons. Read Code Academy articles. What is course? Right. That's a pretty good one. CSS is pretty amazing. Right. Can you still hack CSS? Has it got a lot of attack vectors? Performance tip, if you want to minimize round trips, include slashes in the end of your directory URLs. This is still true. This is where you'll see me in my README stuff. I'll put a slash at the end of my links that are to local things, because if you don't put that, it has to redirect to that. And if you put that, it'll automatically transpose it with index.html or whatever the default. I was going to say, what's for 10 points? Did I say 10 points? I was going to say for 10 points, what is the actual protocol that this is? I gave it away already. So, relic style, she's not covered by course. Really? Really? Inspect element on a site. I changed things in high school. Everyone thought I was a hacker. Like what? Yeah. Secure socket layer. Yep. But there's another one though. There's a one TLS. What does that stand for? What does TLS stand for? I don't even think I remember. Transport layer security. That's right. Thank you for that reminder. Quite. Not quite. Right. So this is important. So index.html is the main page. We're gonna do all of this. So we're gonna skip through this. Tickling little charts. Really? What time is it? Because the browser should not execute anything coming from that. You absolutely. I can't do it. This outnumber the beginners. 0 to 0. Look, guys. Just be. So here's a fun fact. Index.html is the main page. Yes, it should be. Yes, it is. Stop saying that. False information. Don't listen to Vera. Yeah. And when has the server ever been set to not use index.html? Ever. If you've changed your server's default to not use index.html, shame on you. Shame. For shame. I mean, really. Can we just agree on that one, please? I know it did. They actually called that out there, but we're not. This isn't 1998, Vera. Okay? So don't listen to him. Just index.html and you'll be fine. All right. Every server on the planet is configured by default to index.html. If you can find one that's configured in, maybe I've never seen that, but yeah. None of my servers as the main page. Well, then you're doing it wrong. I love you, dude, but you're doing it wrong if you're not doing index.html. That is the default in every Nginx and Apache installation from the dawn of time. They don't have static data. Okay, fine. All right, you got me on that one. If it's not static data, fine. Right, that's a completely different thing. Stop using edge cases, Vera. You're going to confuse the beginners. Okay, so I'm with you. Well, you're trying to pull me along in that one, huh? All right, yeah. What he's trying to say is that the suffix here can sometimes change depending on what you're serving up, right? And there's different kinds of things you might be serving up from a web server besides just HTML pages. But we don't care about that because we're just talking about HTML because that's the topic. So, but I do want to say, I want to talk about this a little bit. Okay. It looks like a lot like the default page from a light HTTP server. Yes, I think it might be, and that's actually what I want to talk about. So, you see this format? I'm actually really glad that she left this in here. This is really old. This is. Remember, I told you that once upon a time there were other ways to browse through the internets, and primarily among them there was an application, a protocol called Gopher, Gopher. It predates the Go language by a long way, and it looked like this. You'd have files in there. If there was a folder, you'd have a little folder, right? So you remember that whole Apache index pages are still cool. Plan 9 days, yeah. So in the original, and you still occasionally run across this. In fact, MIT, Carnegie Mellon's hacking course still has this thing. I actually made a thing about it, but oh God, really? Do you still have mod auto index? Vera's just having fun. He's such a back row guy. He's referring to really ancient Perl mods that nobody uses anymore, but I remember them, so he's having fun. So this here is, these are all file system files, right? And they have these little icons that are defined by the server. This is definitely either Light HTTP or Apache, one of the two. And how come we came to call it HTML and not HTML? I don't know. But back when I was writing my first resume, I found a template example where a guy loaded his entire resume with the work he did on Plan 9. One of those random meaningless memories I have. Super cool. Super cool. I have no memories of Plan 9. I wish I had known about it. I didn't. Is the index generator for Apache 2? That makes sense. It's not Perl at all. Oh, I'm confusing it. Right, because mod underscore was all the Apache stuff. That was like mod include too, right? And mod... Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Yeah, mod Perl is the one. That was the one. Yeah, thank you for that. That's what I misassociated that. Mod Perl is the one that gave you Perl in your... Yeah, you can actually make your web pages have Perl inside of them. This is just like predates. This is like Java server pages, but for Perl or PHP and modder. Yeah, those are all Apache things. God damn, you're like really bringing back the nostalgia now. Vera is referring to an old web server. It's a program that sits on a computer and serves up web pages, and the one that was the most famous and popular during our day. At first you had to buy it. It was called Netscape Server, and then everybody threw that out and they started using the open source one called the Apache Server. And if you've heard of the Apache Foundation, that's where it got its start. It was by far the most important server ever. And I have a fun little story about that. Actually, when I started at Nike.com, at SwishNet on Nike, I went to the system administrators and said, "Can I please not use Netscape Server? Can we please install Apache?" And they said, "I don't know. That's open source. It's probably not okay." Same exact admin, and so I said, "Okay, fine." I was deferent and went back and worked on my stuff. And a year later, the same guy came down to my cubicle, all sort of like warming up to me and everything. And he goes, I wanted to approach you about a proposal I have. I'd really like to maybe consider like swapping out, the Netscape server for this Apache server, which seems to be good." And I was like, that sounds like a great idea. Totally true story. Totally true story. It's like, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, it's a great idea. You just learn to deal with it. And so, but the Apache server had all these mods in it, and these were all things that you could add to it. They would add functionality to it, and it was annoying. Actually, I wrote a Perl script to automatically add configuration lines to add virtual servers, which would allow different departments within the company to have their own website essentially without adding a whole new web server. And it was really great for that. The leading web server these days, however, is called Nginx, Nginx. People yell at me for saying that. It's just a fact. And vectors into Rust code in them. Yeah. Go Hugo.io. Yeah, Hugo is good. Lots of people who are not beginners are talking right now. Did you mine easy Apache? Oh, I don't remember mine. I didn't have a name for it. I don't remember the name. Honestly, don't. But I definitely automated. That's what got me my Nike job. Yeah, because I automated the addition of virtual servers with a Perl script, and they thought that was cool. So I only know Nginx as I use it to reverse proxy some services. Yeah, most people only know it. Microsoft Server is still in existence. That's all I can say about it. I don't know anything else about it. I can't imagine why I would use it. Web servers still have vulns found all the time. Yes, they do. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes. In fact, I found that out the hard way. There's a tool that's written in Go. What's it called? God, would you guys remember the name? There's a name for that. Brute force. It's brute force discovering of web pages. And it'll sit there and it will go through its dictionary and it will find all the hidden URLs on a site. If you want to have fun, run that against rwx.gg. You'll find all kinds of stuff that's not linked. Yeah. Shodan's different. Shodan looks for all the available servers that are on the internet that are listing on any port at all. All right, back to our thing here. So beginners, if you're still there, which I imagine you're not, I'm trying. I really am. But I'm having fun too. So here we go. We have this directory structure, right, that you're having to deal with, and here's all the files, right? And the reason that we have all these files here is so that we can click on them and it can show us, the content of the web page. The name index.html, that's where it came from, because in the early days, the index page was added. You guys remember when you could add index.txt and it would be added to the display? Anybody remember that? Does anybody remember that? I'm talking to the old timers now, but back when Gopher was first invented, the only way of seeing anything besides the files was the files in the directories and folders here. If you wanted to add a little bit of extra information about this content, the only way you could do that was to provide a file called index.txt, and that file would be inserted right up here, and or up here somewhere, and you'd be able to read it. Yeah, I know, guys, but I'm trying to tell you the origins of index.html. And it was pretty soon when HTML was invented, they decided that they were going to keep a lot of these Gopher directory structures because there's a lot of content that was already organized that way. Some of it was text and some of it was, they had migrated over to HTML. And the web servers that were looking at the same content that Gophers used to use would now look for a file called index.html or whatever you configured it to, but that was the default, or HTML, and it would do more. It would show you, like fonts that are bold and things like that. And then that slowly grew into, let's just get rid of all of this. There was, for a time, you could actually include this directory listing in your index.html file so that it would be written there, and so that it would be kind of a way to stylize your index. And that gradually morphed into total control of what you see on the page and not even showing you any of the other files unless they're linked to those files. And I think that's just a fascinating story about where index.html came from. But it was always intended to provide the information. Because for a long time they called it home.html, right? But that's where index.html comes from. Because when you look at the word index, you're like, this has nothing to do with an index. This is just a website. This is like a bunch of HTML. It has nothing to do. It's not indexing anything. And if you're wondering where that name came from, that's where it came from. So I did it again. God damn it. Wait. Anatomy of a web page. All right. So we talked about that. All right. So now we're getting pretty close to get into some web development here. And we'll probably make some web development before the end of the night. There's a Google Dork to find index web pages. Probably. The anatomy of a web page. So, web pages. Okay, so the important thing you need to understand going into this, here's some language that I do want to talk about. I didn't know what these were called until I was probably 48. I never called them this. I call them less than or greater than. So when less than or greater than are used to contain something, they're called angle brackets. And you'll hear web people talk about this all the time, in angle brackets. They're actually not angle brackets. Real angle brackets are, there's, angle brackets in the French language and stuff. and they're not that. So just so you know, that's what that's called. Equals less than. I agree, but they call them, when they're used to contain something, they're called angle brackets. And even if Vera disagrees and I disagree, that's an octothorpe. A hashtag is actually an octothorpe. I call them angle brackets. There you go. So here's a web page, and it's going to tell you how it breaks down into all the different parts. So you have an HTML text document, which I already talked about, which is the content. You have this style sheet, which is how the content appears on the screen, whether it's centered, what color it is, whether it's clickable. And you have images that can then be embedded in them. Those are called assets usually, and they're put inside of there. It came from Chomsky, did they? Did he call him that? I did not know that. Today I learned. So here's the web page. Do not. No. They were not invented for JSX. They were used way before that. So Chomsky notation, really? Okay. That's good to know. Didn't know that. If you don't know who Chomsky is famous. He's a guy who's been involved with computer science and parsers and languages and Russian and all kinds of things. He's a very notable character in the computer science world as well as the linguistics world. And you know, he's and philosophy and politics as well. Very controversial figure, but one of the most well-known people when it comes to parsing languages in general. So that's where that's coming from. I don't want to leave people hanging when we just throw Chomsky out there so they know what we're talking about. So this is really important. Okay. And I'm really glad that they actually manufacture consent. Yeah. I'm really happy that they added this to the standard. This is the standard way, and we're going to get into this. This is the standard way to identify an HTML5 web page. And if you ever open up a web page and see anything but that at the top, you're looking at something that's ancient. It's more than 10 years old, probably. I mean, I'm talking about HTML files here, not XML. Somebody's going to throw, you know, some edge case at me. That's, in general, that's how it goes. And then what you have is you have the entire page. We're going to write some of this stuff rather than just looking at gens. But you have, and you can look at this, by the way, just by inspecting element on any page, but they're more complicated. They're ultimately all the same, though. They generally will have HTML. These are called elements, by the way. Guys, what's the difference between an element and a tag? I'm going to be pedantic to you. I'm going to see for 10 points. What's the difference between an element and a tag? I had to look this one up years ago because I was misusing the terms all the time. Am I too far over? I gotta like scoot up here. Ouch. An element is a node. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, Vera nailed it. Of course, he's our veteran. Yep. Okay. An element is dumb. Yeah. I think that's also good. That's also really good because there are actually elements that are not HTML related, right? In terms of HTML, and that's true because there are actually some elements that are represented like that are not represented in HTML at all. But within the scope of HTML, so if I were to ask you, what is this right here? Is the answer, is that a tag or is that an element? All right. HTML, not anymore. False information. Barry, you're still living in the 90s, my friend. Love you to death, but that is no longer true. Go read it. Go right in the beginning of the spec of HTML5. The reason that they did this was to openly and publicly denounce any relation to XML. Very big deal in HTML5. HTML5 broke ranks with XML very loudly. And that's why doctype HTML, which violates the XML standards straight up, is an indication of we are not dealing with XML here at all. It is XML. XHTML is a subset of XML, yes, but they discarded that when they took on HTML5. In fact, the only thing left, and you could also say it's a subset of SGML, right? The only thing, and we're going to get into that, but the SVG is definitely a flavor of XML. Yeah. Okay. So this isn't a tag. This is an opening tag, right? So this is the opening head tag. This is the opening tag of the head element. This is the closing tag of the head element. Okay, this here is doctype. Yep, there you go. That's a true one. If you see those, those are the ones that are subsets of XML, and HTML5 was really public about that break. So this here is this is actually uncommon, but I'm glad they updated it. And HTML is a subset of HTML and XML. Yes, it originally was HTML. It was originally a subset of HTML, which is the same, which PDFs are also, by the way. So at one point, PDFs were a subset of HTML. These guys are talking about documentation formats. If you ever used a PDF, if you used a PDF, what they're saying is that those things they all have similar origins. They came from ways of documenting how to do documents, which is why I find it so disturbing that nobody thinks of HTML on the web anymore as a document. It's all an application, and they're not. They're all documents, and there isn't a place for the app web. That's why I made a big stink about that yesterday. Anyway, so here we go. We have, so this here is a single tag element. And in the old days, you would have and you still might find one here, it would have a slash right here. And if you see that kind of stuff, you're talking about what these guys are talking about, which is the predecessor to HTML5, which was XHTML. There was never an HTML4. It was abandoned. There was a DHTML for a while, but all that stuff was abandoned, and you don't care. You just want to make web pages, right? But I might as well be thorough here because we can be, and you guys can fast forward through this if you want to. So here we have meta UTF-8. You actually still need to define. I found this out the hard way the other day because I did so much hosting on Netlify. Netlify has the server set to serve everything as UTF-8 by default. But I fired up an Nginx server on skillstack.sh, and I noticed that was not set. So you still need to tell, and we're going to go through all of these tags and elements, but this particular one says this is an encoding, which means everything in this page is going to follow the UTF-8 encoding, which is what gives us emojis and all this other fun stuff. We have the title. So the main thing to take away here, and we can move on because I'm getting pulled into the details of what this is we have we have a head and we have a body. And the head and the body are wrapped into an HTML that wraps the whole thing. Officially, according to the spec, you don't need those tags. They'll be implied in certain cases, but it's always a good idea to put them in my opinion. This one, however, you really don't want to mess with. So a headless server has no head tag. No, I wish that were true. No. In fact, with regard to head, by the way, there's head, header, and heading. Okay, they're all different, and they have much different meaning. We won't get into that. So this is a picture. This is how you pull a picture into your web page. We're going to do all of this really soon here. Here's how you separate a paragraph. You see all this white space between everything? That white space is not required. In fact, white space is completely ignored. All the white space done, including all the line returns and spaces and tabs if you had them, are all crunched into a single space. That's important because sometimes you might not want that single space. You might want to do it right after each other. In this case, particularly, like right here, if you put it down here, that would mean that there would be an empty blank space on the end of your paragraph, even though most of the time it would be invisible. But if you had an underline going on, you'd have this annoying underline there, this blank space. So just know that all spaces are crunched into, all white space is crunched into a single space. What else we got? So here is the style sheet stuff, and and where is the tag where you mount your React app? No, not right now. So this is CSS. As you can see, it's a completely different language. You're actually learning 3 languages when you learn web development. They're very different languages. It's sometimes confusing because this CSS code can often be found inside of this code. These guys are talking about React and Vue and stuff. How's it going, Harry? And so oftentimes you'll see CSS and JavaScript embedded inside of the same thing. And that's even more common now that we are seeing component-oriented design where all 3 things are being bundled together in Vue and React and applications like that. But you won't encounter that until you get beyond your beginner steps in this. So we just got to learn them separately for now, and then you'll learn how to combine them as we go. Why do they separate the files? Never understood why. Mostly separation of concerns. It's just easier for your browser and your editor to deal with them, even though it's 3 separate hits. Somebody informed me recently that it's actually faster to serve. In many cases, it's faster to have 3 of them because one of them doesn't have to be re-requested. Does that make sense? So that's a very fair question. That's why I'm telling you, D-Flare. So, for example, in my case on my site, I very, very rarely change the styles on my page, but every single one of my web pages needs my style sheet. So it's actually faster to have all of those pages use that sheet and have it load it and save it into cache. And then the only thing it has to load is the new HTML. It doesn't have to re-request the CSS every time. So this management of how things are cached and pulled is why that's done. In fact, there are some networks, like for example, the Phaser game framework, you can pull the entire JavaScript thing off of a CDN. And the reason for that is because if anybody else has used the same site, the same CDN location, the same URL, they'll already have cached the entire Phaser framework and you don't have to re-request it. So this is what's going on with caching. It's not as big an issue, but it still is an issue, and you definitely want to at least separate out your CSS. It actually can become a problem because sometimes you'll have to force, it's called cache busting. You'll have to force your web browser to not use the cache version and to go get a new one. And that problem is also kind of we won't talk about that until way later, but there's all kinds of craziness people will go through to do that, to avoid the caching of CSS. But generally speaking, you want that caching to happen to make your site load fastest. Because the time to live, it's called, the time to, like, people being able to read things, that's really key to UX, user experience, and people will leave your site. There's like all kinds of statistics about a certain number of milliseconds, and if beyond that amount of what for waiting, and people will just be gone. They won't even access your site if it takes too much time. With Speedy or HTTP, I thought Speedy got taken into Quick, didn't it? You avoid so many hits too. You should be should we do a break? My brain is starting to get to its max. I'm about done actually. So we're gonna if you guys want to take a break, I'm only gonna be doing this for about another hour. Let's take a break. I mean, we've been going 3 hours straight. Where are we? Can we get to the end of this chapter? Let's do that. All right. Meta tags. Hey, Last Miles. Yeah, we can, those things we can explain. We're not going to go deep into meta tags right now. Meta tags give extra information to the web server that's serving up your web page usually. Sometimes they give extra information to your client, and they're sort of an advanced topic. So let's not mess with that right now. Every 100 milliseconds of latency costs 1% in sales. Holy cow. Cache control isn't even monitored anymore, Dennis. They don't even look at that one anymore. There's a few of them that they're totally ignored. I have to get Speedy and Quick confused. I do too. I Speedy and Quick. They're talking about alternatives. Yeah, I am too. Adding descriptive tags to text document is marking it up. We're going to get through this pretty fast here, and we can take a break after this chapter. The version of HTML we use today is HTML5. There have been many several versions since the birth in 1989, and a few are still in use today. The complete story is in the appendix apparently, so that's nice. Got to go fast. Yes, we do. So here is the view source. If you guys don't know how to do view source, does anybody raise your hand if you don't know how to do view source? All right. Does anybody not know how to do view source? View source is really fun, and it's a great thing to break on because you can go do it and experiment while we take a break. All right. So during a break, what you should do is go to your favorite website. And I love doing this with people. My favorite is whitehouse.gov, by the way. My son discovered the alternative is a porn site, so be very careful there. And by the way, I do this to every president who's ever been in president. So I'm not picking on Trump here. Okay. I picked on Obama. I picked on whoever it is. Turn into a pumpkin. Have a night. Good night. See you, Matt. You can come watch the rest later. The view source is better than React source. Haha. Comma's better is now a betting site. Is it? Yeah. Since then when I'm bored, I do a domain lookup in random sites and give it admin a phone call. Really? Yeah. Why are you admitting that? All right. So here's how you do inspect element. Right click on it and inspect element. All right. And I'm using Firefox. All right. Now this is your homework while I'm on break. Oh yeah, do a stream. We're just wrapping up. I only have about another hour, Dennis. I have to get this done because it's my beginner boost stuff. Yeah, anybody, you can go watch Last Miles too. He's really awesome. So here we go. President Trump, America is days away from authorizing a safe, effective COVID vaccine. So yeah, you guys definitely, I mean, if you advanced people want to go watch Last Miles and let us beginners alone, that'd be totally fine. I'm not trying to make you leave, but I do want to get through some of this content. So, so here we go. We're going to right click on this. I'm going to inspect, and you see all of this crazy HTML in here, right? So if you're new and you've never done this, imagine most of you have done this. You can hack all kinds of things doing this, and you actually, in order to get an account on Hack the Box, if you even get a free account on Hack the Box, you have to know how to do this. So that's pretty fun. And you know, this is not only a fun way to hack, but it's also a really essential way to do development. In fact, we're going to be having this inspect element thing open all day. But let me show you just one way you can have fun with your friends. If you don't know about this, and if you're a beginner, you can go in here and kind of identify. If you keep digging, if you want to, you can zoom right in on it. Okay, so there we go. Right. I'm going to turn. This is called a twisty, by the way. These little triangle thingies. That's really hard to see. I'm sorry it's so small. I don't think I can turn that font size up for you. Let me try if I can. Maybe I can. Oh, that's as much as I can get. So there we go. So there it is. And let's see, there's a picture. Wait, where is this? So I'm right clicking, inspect element, so we'll jump right into on it. So apparently it is, okay, there we go. See this text here? Yeah, you can delete the element too, yep. Want to try Hack the Box thing? Here's a link to the first page of the challenge. Yep. The good old days. Yep. So if we click on President Trump here, you can say President Trump, I always have fun here. I still think I was better than Arnold. I know that's rather lame, right? Considering what I could have said there. So you see what I just did there? So you can hack this. If you close this window, nobody knows that it's not the real thing. It's actually, this, and then what you do is you take a screenshot. Watch, here we go. I like say it's from White House Gov. There you go. Boom. Now I have a screenshot. It won't stay the same. Refresh, you'll lose it when you refresh. That's the secret. Then the Twitch one. Yeah. Is it? Which one are you looking at? Anyway, close that, refresh. Hacks the KGB confirmed. Twitter, hack your, oh yeah, Twitter sucks. Hack your bank account page and say you're a millionaire. You can do anything. In fact, I have a student who admitted, who's now in college, who openly admitted that he changed his grades doing this on the website from the school, and brought his mom in and showed her his grades, and refreshed the page. I was like, really? Did you ever tell her? Did you ever come clean about that? He's like, yeah. He didn't actually hack. In fact, some people suggest, because this little thing I did, inspect element, the ability to do that is banned by the entire Charlotte Mecklenburg school district. Nobody in the entire school district is allowed to do that. They have it locked down on Chromebooks, and nobody can inspect element, because of, I guess, a lot of reasons. One of the reasons is the software they were using had the answers in the source code, unencrypted. People would go in to take quizzes and the answers are right there in the source code. How stupid do you have to be to make an application that has the answers unencrypted as hidden data elements in the source code? I mean, how stupid did that developer have to be? I'm so spun up about that, because that's like so irresponsible. And they bought it. The whole school district bought it. They paid thousands, if not millions of dollars for this software, and they bought it. I don't know if that was the school district, but so they said, rather than fix the problem, the theory goes anyway. Allegedly, the theory goes that rather than fix the problem, they shut down the number one tool used by web developers in the world, and turned expect element off of everybody, every student in the entire district. So that's kind of annoying. And I think there's another rumor that went around that there were too many people who knew about it who were trolling their teachers. And the teachers didn't know about Inspect Element, so they were doing what this one kid did to his mom. And they didn't know to hit refresh. They just trusted what they saw. But if you're gonna make a meme, or if you're gonna like play a trick or something on your friends or somebody, it's actually really easy to come in and hack a web page up just temporarily and take a picture of it and put it on Twitter. You know, it's what's that? 340 cipher cracked by code expert. Oh boy. Yep. The students are taught ethics, Rob. That's how the cheating is a bad thing. I did. I told them that you're not supposed to do that. Of a certain political group who flip out over it. Yeah. And so, same thing. I told everybody, I do this to every president, whoever's here. In fact, if there was a picture here, should we do this? Let's make this Trump picture. I know, let's do it. Where do we do it? So Barney, this is a common tradition. I've been doing this for years. It's like my common, kids laugh so hard when I do this. First of all, they don't know who Barney is. You have to find one that's not too big though. All right, so it's Redbubble. That's like, how big is that? Inspect, let's see. View image. Oh, that's too big. Well, maybe not. Let's try it. So copy image location. Okay. Then go in here. And where is my White House thing? There we go. So, let's do this. Let's change this one. Where is it? Inspect element. See you last month, Dennis. Everybody hates him. That's why I'm doing it. And let's see, image attachment. I mean, all right. So wait. I have to turn on editing here. Edit as HTML. There we go. And then this should be able to change to that, and change this one. I mean, this takes a while, but man, this might not work. There's like way too many of these. This gotten complicated. It's so complicated. I don't know. Let's try it. Go ahead and save that. No, too complicated. We have to find a simpler picture. The pictures are so complicated now. They used to be a lot easier. The point is you can swap out the pictures. Christian Renee Dino suit. Yeah. I'm just trying to make a point that you can actually change the pictures out and do all kinds of things like that. I don't know if I want to even look at that right now. Delete the source set? Really? I say it sounds like a web developer there. I don't use source set at all. Let's do that. Let's delete the source set completely. Like, great, we got a whole posse of whole committee, development by committee, as we've been saying. My gosh, that's a long one. That's all source set? Must have all been source set. 300 blah, blah, blah. Sizes. No, this is all. We're going to get rid of all these. Except for this. You think it's going to work? I don't know. We'll see. You get my point. Yep, there we go. Thanks for that help. Yep, there we go. So there we go. We got Barney now. Loading equals lazy, relatable. President Trump, let's see. President Trump, what should we say? I hate, this is not political. I do this to everybody. President Trump brokers an historic deal with an aging dinosaur. I spelled it wrong. How about that? I know, yeah, like the compelling, like, oh, down the street with the fishes, who knows? So, President Trump brokers another. I didn't spell that wrong. I gotta have good English. Come on. I know, you guys are like, really? Can we just move on now? It has to be right. There we go. So President Trump brokers an historic deal with an aging dinosaur. So you get the point, right? You can change stuff up, and it can be for fun. This is serious business. Yeah, get good at English. You might not think that this matters, but I can't cover this on a public live stream. That would be a violation of my agreement. But there is an educational site that shall not be named that has done nothing to prevent you from giving yourself, it's a gamified site, to giving yourself unlimited gold. And I am not going to give you any more hints besides that. Using this method that I just told you, there is a site that is out there. It's an educational site that gives you gold, and if you change the amount of gold that you have, it saves it in the database, and you can buy whatever you want after that. And they know about it. They know about it, and they decided to not do anything about it, and they were very public about that. That's the only reason I'm going to tell you about it. Because the reason I'm not going to tell you the company is because you have to buy gold normally. Oh God, it's so broken. I'm not even going to tell you. But they're good people though. Really great people. That's why I have to be careful. But if you happen to find the site on your own and you happen to figure it out, there is a site that literally takes whatever is in the web browser as authoritative. So if you change some things, actually, I lied a little bit. You can't give yourself gold. You can give yourself items. I have to be careful because I don't want to give too much away. But if you want to do the work to find out what site that is, and that's up to you. And by the way, they were publicly called out on this on a forum, and they said, well, we're not going to change that. If somebody finds that, good for them. But we trust that people will support us, and I believe that you should support them. I really do. They're a good organization, but that's their choice not to fix it. They publicly said we're fine with that, and I would be totally within my ethical standards to tell you who it is and how to avoid it and how to take advantage of it, but I'm not going to. Imagine. I know. Well, I can't tell you who they are. You'll probably figure it out if you watch enough of my streams. You'll probably figure out which one it is. But I don't feel good throwing them that far under the bus. You guys at least have to work for it. Yeah. In fact, I don't even tell anybody that I mentor personally. It's a social experiment. There's I have a requirement for the people that I mentor who are particularly younger, and after they reach a certain level, if they get that far, I teach them inspect element, and then I teach them all the things that they would need to figure out to do it, and then they start doing things. It's not illegal. None of it's illegal. They know about it. They publicly admitted that they don't care. So nothing about it is straight up hacking because you're getting stuff for free, but it's apparently okay. So it's one of those few cases where you can do that. Nope, you can't. I'm not going to tell you any secrets about it. There's nothing about accessing scripts at all. Yeah, it wouldn't be any fun if I told you. No, they came forward and said that they were unwilling to patch it because it was too much work. That is legitimately their response. This is a Silicon Valley company that came forward and said, we don't care. It's not that many people know about it. It's not that big of a problem, which is why I have no problem telling you about it. Nope, I can't. You're going to have to figure it out. It'll be a fun little thing. I mean, I don't understand why they're not fixing it, because if people, when people actually figure it out, I mean, one of the reasons I'm hesitant to tell you straight up is because when you figure it out, if you do this, it completely destroys their business model, because it's based entirely on subscriptions and getting stuff, and they don't care about this bug that lets people get stuff for free. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to figure it out on your own. That's all I'm going to tell you. I have to remain plausible deniability. And if somebody else says, I'm not even going to tell you if it is. If you even say the name, I'm not even going to tell you which one it is. This is why I'm okay with at least putting the challenge out there to those of you who want to figure it out on your own, and then on your own, bring this up in the appropriate forums. Maybe it will put some healthy pressure on them to do the right thing and fix it. But I have a feeling that they have so much technical debt, they'd have to scrap their whole company to do it. But the problem with this is, I mean, particularly now, because I don't mind saying that they're getting bigger now. So now they've got venture capital and they've got all this stuff, and they still have this bug, which is another reason I don't mind bringing it up. So if you happen to find it on your own, and if you do find it, please don't, give it up too easily to other people. I mean, just don't tell them straight up. That's no fun. You know what I mean? I mean, I've given you pretty huge hints. It's something that I've talked about. It is an educational site, and it has items that you can get. I mean, those 3 hints, almost anybody could find it if you did enough research. And it's a little tricky to know. Do you still have other things you have to know? And I told you, I already told you specifically, it's just about getting free items, not free gold. Free gold would be literally stealing money. I mean, like stealing money. I'm not going to tell you. That's actually a really good point for me to close the evening. I'm actually going to end early tonight. We've been going for a long time, and I realized that some of you wanted to get to web browse, that wanted to get to doing editors and stuff. So let me ask you this before we wrap up on this chapter, and we will end at the end of the chapter because we're doing inspect element. That's a big thing. So this is your homework. There's your homework. Play around with inspect element. You will learn so much just by doing inspect element on sites. Not only will you learn how to hack the box and get free stuff, you'll be able to, figure out other sites, have fun with your friends. But in the process, you're going to be using the #1 tool cited by Stack Exchange web developers. The most important debugging tool is console log, and the most important tool that they cite is Chrome DevTools, or DevTools in general. The most important tool, the same tool, by the way, that's blocked by Mecklenburg County School District because of dumbass developers. And I'm sorry for that, but I had to. And so what I'm telling you is, you have to, and you guys, if you want to have fun as a team in the Discord and try to figure out what this company is, you can do that. That's kind of the fun. You're going to be looking through inspect element. You're going to be doing a lot of that sort of hacking and learning about inspect element. But when we return, and that's not going to be till Friday, unfortunately, we will be doing nothing but development because we're going to hit the next couple chapters here, as you can see here. So right click view source, about flags. Learning web design just tells you places you can go. A quick introduction to HTML markup. I already told you about that, so we can jump right ahead. That H1 tags, you know, these are all pictures. We just did pictures. The assembly of the page, adding a little style. So, you know, we're going to talk about cascading style sheets. They make the color. We already talked about that. Again, if you want to read this, read these pages in the book before next week. And actually, we're going to be we're gonna burn through chapter 3, and I really want to get to part 2, which is where the HTML actually starts. And normally when I mentor, we jump straight to that part, but I didn't want to skip it. This time I want to go through the whole book. Putting it all together, static versus dynamic sites. What chapter is this? This is a new chapter. No, this is okay, so let's talk about this. You either buy it online or you get it some other way. It's however you want to get it. If you can buy it and you are in a place where that's the law, I'm going to recommend that you buy the book, even though it's, you know, out of date and expensive. It's still worth buying, and I have 3 copies, by the way. So, look. If you guys hack a copy of your book, that is up to you and your conscience and your country's laws. I'm not encouraging you to do that. You know, if we're ever going to get an updated version of this book, we got to have Jen making money from it. You know, so I think you should support the authors to some extent, but everybody has to make their own decision, and I'm not here to judge you. To wrap up our introduction to how the web works. Blah blah blah, dynamic versus static. I do want to talk about this for a second, okay, before we leave, and I guess I probably am going to go all the way to 4. So static versus dynamic. Dynamic sites are sites that are generated by the fly, and we complain a lot. I complain a lot about this, about the JSS thing, right? Where some websites will load JavaScript and then they'll render all the JavaScript and they won't do the other stuff, and they won't have HTML at all, and then it can't be archived. So that's dynamic. Dynamic sites are generated and have a lot of it is being driven through changes that are coded either on the back end with PHP or ASP or Ruby or something like that, or the front end, which is like React and Vue and all these frameworks that are basically just big programs that run inside the web browser that draw all the stuff that normally would be displayed with just HTML. So there's a big movement towards static sites instead of dynamic sites for lots of reasons that I won't deeply get into, but ultimately make it easier for you to access the site and to store the site. And there are all kinds of engines for generating static sites out of just easy to write information. We'll talk about that a lot when we do the Pandoc series, which is after this. So after we do this, this particular series, we're going to go through the Pandoc Markdown series, and we'll talk all about static site generation with Pandoc and other alternatives for other things. So here we go. Browser just sent HTTP. The server looks for the request of a file for the HTTP header, and it's just talking about how it requests to get the page. You probably don't care about that, but every part of your page is important to take away from this is a request and a response. So there's one request to go get the page and the HTML and come back. And that says, oh, I need to get the CSS. Okay, go get the CSS. Do I have the CSS already? No. Okay, go get the CSS page and bring it back. And then it's like, oh, here's an image of a cat. I need to go get the cat, and then I need to come back. And all that stuff gets cached as it goes. Each one of those is a request, and they don't necessarily happen in a linear fashion. Modern browsers do all of those requests at the same time, and then you could probably see this when your web browser displays a page. It'll start to fill in the blanks in different ways depending on how well coded your site is, and it'll fill in where that image was going to go and the HTML there, and then sometimes it'll load the HTML. You ever have this happen? It'll load the HTML, but it won't show you the colors. So you'll load the HTML, and then all of a sudden it'll have colors and fonts, and that's because the style sheet had not been loaded yet. And there's tricks to make sure that the style sheet gets there before the HTML, vice versa. But that's what's going on. Each one of these is a request and a response. An HTTP request and a response, request and response. The status codes, which have become cultural icons at this point, 404 not found, these are all part of HTTP. That's where they come from. So the 300 codes are for redirection. It's like, I want you to go to this new place where this thing lives. That's a 300 redirect. The 400s are errors somehow in the thing not being there, 404 not found, any number of that. The 500s are a server has the problem somehow. The server's not operating properly. And anything in the hundreds, I don't know actually what's in the hundreds. I should probably go look. I don't remember. But the 200s are success. So any HTTP status code of 200 means here you go, here's your resource. And that's where those come from. In fact, the entire fourth season of the entire fourth season of Mr. Robot, several of the last episodes are based on HTTP errors. 400 unauthorized, 401. There's one that's like, I'm a little teapot. Do you guys remember that one? Do you guys remember that one? It's actually an error code. Fun fact. It's a fun fact. Let me show you this. Here they are. Okay, so here's this. These are fun. They're not particularly relevant for. Is it 418? You guys got it right. So 100 informational responses, okay. 200 successes. Created, accepted. 200 non-authoritative. It was an April Fool's Day joke, right? So here we go. There's like the 300s for redirect. 400s are for errors. Forbidden, not accepted. Proxy, request timeout, conflict. Gone, length required, precondition failed, URL too long, unsupported media type, range not satisfied. I didn't know about that one. Oh, did they change it? It was a 2014 April Fool's joke. You don't need to memorize that, but that's just fun. You know that. There it is, 418. It's 418. There it is, 418. I'm a little teapot. It was a traditional IATF April Fool's joke. Hypertext coffee protocol. Coffee pot control protocol. Misdirect URL. When your girl gives you a 416 error. Yeah. Payload too large. Precondition failed. Length required. Gone. 410 gone. So these are the episodes of Mr. Robot. Like right here, request timeout, proxy authentication, not acceptable, and gone. Oh, 2014 was the HTCP. That's like fun little stuff they're not going to teach you in the book. Useless information from Mr. Rob and the gang. But fun, I think. So it says for T-Eflux appliances. Really? There's a 420. I don't know. Figure it out. The mystery. It's the mysteries. The things that make you go, I wonder if she mentioned it. Oh, there they are. 410 gone. She didn't even put teapot here. I think Jen would put teapot here. All about the personal homepage. We're going to get there, dude. We're going to get there private. We're going to make one. CMSs, they keep content in databases. Yes. All right. So we're on to testing your knowledge. Okay, here's cool. Hey, this is a great diagram. Look at this. So we're going to make this a little bigger so you guys can see it. When we actually started. So here you go. A dev environment. Yeah. So files on the server. Well, here we got them over here, right? So URL goes to the link, the server's on this, and then it comes back and goes to your web browser, and then it draws it for you. And then it goes out. Oops, no file. Oops, I'm a little teapot. Come back. And again, see how it breaks them all down when they come back? Kind of cool. So that's a cool diagram. I don't think I've ever really focused on that diagram very much before. Again, I told you I skip right to part 2. I've been skipping right to part 2 when I teach this. When we deal with our geeses coming up. I'm going to make some geese websites. Getting your pages on the website. Okay, there we go. We're not going to talk about how to put your page on the website at all until we're done with the book. and then I'll show you how to publish it. That's a change from how I teach it. I used to get everybody set up on Git, GitLab, and Netlify, and then do this. The difference is that as we go forward, we're going to be doing this entirely from a local file, and we're going to use we're going to just, first of all, we're just going to access the files directly, and then we're going to add a little web server on your computer to do that you can put in VS Code to take care of that. That will actually allow you to preview games and stuff with Phaser and stuff like that. That doesn't work because of cross-site scripting securities. All that is coming. That's going to be in part 3. So test yourself. HTML, W3C, CERN, CSS, HTTP, IP, URL, NCSA, DNS. This is like some old things. I'm not even going to bother. If you want to do that, you can. I can help you solve that. Big concepts you need to know. So this is chapter 3. This is, I think we might be able to actually skip this entire chapter. This is talking about the benefits of web standards. Oh, there we go. Progressive enhancement. Never mind. I was wondering where it was covered. We have to, I ranted about all of these things already. So I'm just going to say refer to previous rant. Actually, when I edit this all up and put it on Vimeo, I'm probably going to cut and paste those entire sections of rants and put them so that they match this chapter. So I will touch on this chapter on now or on Friday. I could probably, how long is it? It's like 8 pages. I could probably get through it. Okay. Since I already covered this stuff, I'm just going to go through it really quick. Okay. So the first thing is, standards. So mobile devices. We just saw in our Can I Use that at least 36% of all browser hits to any website, according to Can I Use, and its statistics, which come from, I think, Google, and somebody reported it, come from Chrome on an Android. And that is a good indicator. Actually, at least another 25% of that is iPhone and other things. So the statistics are that most web browsing is happening on mobile devices. At least half, probably more, about like 60% of all browsing. And you might think that sitting at your computer web browser that's how it happens, but at least 50%, but more like 60% of all browsing is on mobile devices. And there's a concept called mobile first that she's going to talk about here, where you need to consider designing for any number of devices rather than mobile first. Mobile first is kind of a dated term. These days, you want to design for everything. That means that even on an Apple Watch, right, it needs to be able to be visible. And as we go farther along in our CSS, we'll talk about how to do that. And that leads us into, yes, this is, we go. There you go. This is a really good, I don't think I remember seeing this. This is awesome. So this is not the web. This is the web devices. This will be the web. So it's going to be everywhere. So the important thing to consider is you are not designing, you're not creating a web for one, 4:3 aspect ratio, computer. You're just not doing it that way. So don't go into this thinking that that's how you're doing it. You got to design for lots of things. The mobile web, here we go. The mobile web, there is only the web. There's not such a thing as just the mobile web. This is a pretty substantial change in thinking that's gone over time. People used to think, as I showed you, that most of it was coming from the mobile, and so there was this overemphasis on designing for specifically iPhone widths and heights and stuff. And that kind of morphed into, now just design it so it looks good at any, so you have some version of your site that looks good at any resolution in any way, unless you're willing to just write off an entire group. And this leads really nicely into the next few topics. So sticking with the standards, it says go to the W3 consortium. I already told you, even though Vera says that W3 and what WG have had their moment of kumbaya and they're back together again. What WG has the living standard. It's much easier to read. You should go there for your standards. But I told you Can I Use is the best place to go to decide whether, even if it's in the standard, can I use it? So you already know about those two things, so I can skip through this. And they don't list what WG here at all, which is too bad. Progressive enhancement. Okay, now this, I already ranted about this 2 days ago or yesterday. This is the single biggest fail of the web right now, and this is the reason that Pizza Hut lost the lawsuit. All right, progressive enhancement. I'm going to read this one a lot. Hi, Tobias. So progressive enhancement is the flip side of an approach to browser diversity called graceful degradation, in which you design the fully enhanced experience first, then you create lots and lots of fallbacks for non-supported browsers. All right, that, and people even don't do that, right? They design for one thing and one thing only. Both methods have a place in modern development. You will find many fallback techniques suggested in this book. But what I want to say, and I don't think it's going to be called out here, but let's see, is that progressive enhancement is one strategy for dealing with unknown browser capabilities. And let's remember that there are still browsers out there that don't have JavaScript support. Can we just make sure to emphasize that? And I happen to be an avid user of no JavaScript browsers. You can call it a text-based browser, you can call it whatever you want, but there are lots of people who disable JavaScript in their browsers because they don't want to deal with all the hassles of JavaScript for lots and lots and lots of reasons. And those people are not, they should not be discounted. A lot of those people are actually blind or impaired, and they need a non-JavaScript browser to get in the way, and they still need to be able to see their website. So I'm going to harp on that a lot as we do this, because it's my number one pet peeve when something like the cargo documentation site for Rust doesn't allow to any browsers without JavaScript, or the entire developer forum, dev.to can't be viewed without JavaScript enabled. And that kind of don't trust programming languages that don't have integers. So the idea of progressive enhancement means that you support all browsers, not all browsers with JavaScript, all browsers. And if you are not doing that, you are not doing it right. End of story. Jen even says so right here. So progressive enhancement, when designing the progressive enhancement, you start with a baseline experience that makes the content or core functionality. And if it's a documentation site, the core functionality is the freaking documentation. So if I can't read your documentation and I'm using a text-based browser because you've decided that I can't read it because you're taking away my ability to do that, you are a fail. You're a massive fail. And you should be fired for it, frankly, if not fined like Pizza Hut was. Pizza Hut was fined for failing to do this because I can't load YouTube and Netscape. I'm not saying that. So it depends, right? So if it's an application, we talked about this. If it's an application, if it's a document, if it's cargo Rust package documentation, that is not an application. That is documentation. And it gets back to the big thing I talked about before. The web platform is 4 things. It's the app web, it's the doc web, it's the broadcast web, YouTube, Twitch, and it's the conversational web, which is emerging. If you mix those two, doc web and app web, you cannot provide progressive enhancement because now everything has to have JavaScript. So it's a fail. From there, you layer on more advanced features for the browsers that can handle them, such as JavaScript. You might finish with some nice to have effects like animation or wrapping text around images in interesting shapes and enhance the experience for users with the most advanced browsers, but aren't really critical to the brand or message. All right. YouTube DL. Talk about controversy. Progressive enhancement is an approach that informs all aspects of page design and production, including HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The authoring strategy. When an HTML document is written in logical order, its elements are marked in a meaningful way. That means that you use semantic HTML. You don't make div soup. I will show you what that is, but it just infuriates me because it's all over the web. People abuse div like in ways that just are so horrible. I can't put words around it. You use HTML properly, right? This also means you don't use tables to lay out your web pages like we used to do in the 90s. But it also means today that you don't use divs when a table tag will do just fine, because you will make it impossible for certain people to read it. because tables are represented properly in certain browsers and divs are not. It's one specific example. The web is so full of rampant, horrible design and bad UX that it's just falling under its own weight. And that's what she's talking about right here. That's why I'm talking about it so vehemently. So styling strategy. You can create layers of experience simply by taking away the browser's style sheet rules. All right. Without going into too much detail, you can write a style rule that makes the element go. This is another way to do it. Let's say you take your style sheet completely off. Is your website still readable? If it's not, you're doing it wrong. You're just doing it wrong. Okay. So scripting strategy. And this is why, by the way, this is one of the main reasons that I'm using this book, because Jen understands this stuff and she's been doing it and she's been teaching people properly forever. React.js through them. Yeah, believe me, Kamikaze, don't even get me started on all of the violations of core principles from web development that React just adopts without a problem. And they're literally destroying the World Wide Web, making it impossible to archive, impossible for certain people to read, which is why Pizza Hut lost its court case, because it's making stuff inaccessible to entire segments of the population without caring. And it really infuriates me. So I have to be careful here. Why don't modern web browsers render .md files? I wish they would. I absolutely wish they would. That's the future. And I'm working on a KnowledgeNet framework that will do that. In fact, I even started back in the day when I was under the Essential Web in 2015, a bunch of the people in my mentoring community started speccing out electronics to make browsers that would just browse Markdown directly, and they wouldn't even use HTML. And I still think that there's a valid possibility for a knowledge network that uses only Markdown. So, and I believe that could take the place of the document web, which is being completely destroyed by the React component object-oriented programming assholes. So scripting strategy with the other web technologies, there are discrepancies. I want to make it. I've been designing. If you guys want to help me, that's the whole Mimir thing. And by the way, there's a huge demand for this because that's what Medium is doing. What is Medium? Medium.com. I always rant about this, but let me just repeat it one time really quickly. Medium, some guy, the guy from Twitter, came along and said, you know what we need to do? We need to eliminate all this crap that's on the web right now and just make it simple so people can just go there for the words and a few choice raster images that can be loaded quickly. Let's, this nested bullet crap. No, let's just give them one thing of bullets. And then we're going to get everybody hooked on this nice, simple, totally simplified by design, clean looking thing. We're going to get millions of dollars of venture capital for this. And then we're going to rebrand the original World Wide Web, give it to everybody, and then we're going to put a big freaking paywall in front of it. That's Medium. Medium resold us the original World Wide Web and put a paywall in front of it. They took away everything that has been, Frankensteined into the World Wide Web, gave us a simple, clean interface, which is what the web was in the first place, through statics, through generators and readers and stuff. And then they made profit off of it. It's absolutely upside down. It just makes me crazy. It makes me absolutely crazy. It's like Jekyll as well as MD sites. Yeah, well, they all do. The Jekyll static site generation with Markdown is the future. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that when we're going to do a whole series on Pandoc after we do this web development thing, because you have to understand the web development with HTML to appreciate how Markdown, which is what these guys are talking about, can be turned into HTML. But a better knowledge network would not have any of that. They put a paywall and said you can't access their blog site. They got everybody, they bait and switched everybody. They got everybody onto the site and said, hey, yeah, you can come on us. Everybody got married to their blogging platform for free. And then all of a sudden they told anybody who wants to read any of those blogs that they have to pay money or have a membership. It's exactly what you would expect from Silicon Valley. Exactly. It's just, yeah. And it just infuriates me because they're, if people would actually produce content like that in the first place, they wouldn't have to go use a centralized service for it. And that's the whole basis of my KnowledgeNet and my Mimir project, is to try to get people to start producing basic readable content through some form of standardization so that we can share it and be in control and not have to go through some stupid venture funded company that's ultimately going to give in and see what they can get away with because now they have to pay the bills. The centralization of internet services is one of the worst things that's happened to the World Wide Web, and I'm not the only one who says so. Tim Berners-Lee and a bunch of other people agree. And we need to have something new. In fact, so much so that there's an entire movement of people who are not just old folks who are interested in Gopher all over again because it's such a minimal approach, and for this reason. And so the whole world is hungry for a minimal approach that's just so they want to put life back into the document web. They want to put life back into it. You know, even Netlify changed their domain, their free domain names. You get from .io to .app now. So everybody's blog is now .app. It's not an app at all. It's a blog or it's a technical site or something like that. So this merging of, it's going to get worse because of the whole, WebAssembly stuff. And I'm not against having an application platform. I'm not against that at all. I just think it's destroying the document web, which is really important because that's where the information is being exchanged. All right. Scripting strategy. I burned up a good long time there. For further reading, Uncertain Web, Web Development in a Changing Landscape. Interesting. Crafting Rich Experiences with Progressive Enhancement. Probably worth reading. I haven't read any of those, but those look good. Designing with Progressive Enhancement. Probably also really good, worth reading. Most people today could care less about progressive enhancement, true progressive enhancement. If it doesn't have JavaScript, they don't care. They don't care. They write everybody off who doesn't have it. And it's unethical. I think it's straight up unethical to do that. But they don't have any problem. I think it's really funny is some of the organizations that claim to be the most inclusive in the world, I don't know, like the Rust community, writes off the entire community that doesn't use JavaScript. We don't care about you. The irony is just so crazy. I just can't even deal with it. Okay, so Ethan Marcotti, he's famous. He's written a lot of stuff. Here we go. Responsive web design. Okay, so we're going to cover responsive web design. It's not even really a topic anymore for WASM. I am too. I mean, it's going to be great. It's going to fulfill a lot of extra needs, but it's not the first person who puts their blog in a WASM thing. It's like people did it with Flash too. People put their entire portfolios behind a Flash wall. If you didn't have Flash, you couldn't even see it. People were going to use it. People made disastrously, horribly unreadable sites when Netscape came out with all the backgrounds and everything. People are stupid. They'll use whatever they can. So anyway, but you don't have to be that way. You can actually be informed and make, responsible, readable designs and stuff. And if you think you don't need to do this, I mean, even the really boring sites like, Brian Ford, I was picking on him. They're totally readable. It might not be fancy, but it's readable. Anyway, responsive web design. So this term is actually out of favor now. People don't use this term anymore. They're like, it's just web design. That's what people say now. It's like almost a t-shirt. So it's just web design. It's not so much about responsive web design or this or that. It's like web design, right? And all web design should be what all this means is that I'll read what she says here. Provides appropriate layouts to the devices. Hey, TinyGo, yeah. TinyGo does a great job with its WASM. I just wish their concurrency actually worked. It doesn't. I tried it on the actual devices based on the size of the viewport. The key to responsive web design is serving a single HTML document with one URL to all devices, but applying different style sheets. So this responsive design is just the idea of it's combined with progressive enhancement. So progressive enhancement says, let's figure out what this browser can do. Can it use JavaScript? What kind of JavaScript can it use? Can it use, can it resize things? Yeah, I did. Hi, Aiden. How's it going? I'm not Mormon anymore. I'm sure I'm going to offend you quite a bit here, but no offense to you personally. So anyway, we have this idea here. Okay. So of responsive web design, which means that we make the website look good no matter what size it is, right? So if it's a little Apple Watch, Maybe we decide we only want to say one or two things in there, and we get rid of some of the extra stuff that's going to be in the way. And we basically create a different experience using the same HTML. And this is what makes CSS so powerful. So when you have CSS, you can have, using media queries and stuff we'll get into, you can actually detect the capability of the device, what kind of device it is, and you can change how that content is represented on that device. And that is the essence of responsive web design. It's so standard now that they don't, oh really? Wow. Well, we got to talk then, dude. So responsive web design is now just web design. People don't even say it anymore, right? It's just web design. If you're not making your web content look fine on any possible device, you're not designing web content, period. It doesn't have to be called something different anymore. This RWD was a really popular term along with mobile web development, right? You can see she kind of deprecated the term in her own book here, but RWD is, the concept is kind of embedded just in the whole design anyway, but you're going to hear a lot about it. Okay, let's go down some more. So yeah, go ahead and read all of this on your own if you want to. NASA's got some different things. So this is how NASA, this is good examples. This is how NASA looks on a phone. This is how it looks if you widen it out. You can actually test all of this stuff. And let me give you a really quick example of that. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be fancy, right? So RWXGG has got a little of this going on. So if I inspect element on this page, I get this slider. So now I can do this. You see this? So this is how you test your stuff. By the way, I have a bug. You see my bug? I'm going to use a different one that doesn't have that bug. I need to go fix that. I think my robs.io is better. I don't know though. I failed there. This one's better. I fixed this one. The other one's not fixed yet. All right. So this is a good one. So here we go. Right. So we have this, we have all of these buttons up here because I got all this space. And so then responsively, and by the way, I'm limiting this because I have too much space, right? And then when I get smaller, we can pretend like, okay, maybe I'm on I hear something I'm kind of proud of. It starts covering this stuff up. And then, oh, okay, now I'm on an iPad or something like that, right? Now I have a menu. This is all the same content. It's just being displayed differently with a different style sheet, with the different media query within the same style sheet in this case. And so when you get to a certain point, it's like, no, I don't need margins at all. And now you get really small, right? You keep getting smaller and smaller. Here we go. Look at this. As I get this small, I can't even really draw the whole word out. So I'm just going to go to an R. So this is what my site would look like on an Apple Watch, right? Probably about right there. And you can hear my fan come on because it's having to re-render it in that particular thing. I don't know if you noticed, but the margins actually changed as it got even smaller. Some of the core margins changed and they get a little bit bigger. And you can take the granularity of progressive enhancement to any level you want to, but in responsive design, that's what this is, not progressive enhancement. It's kind of both mixed in, actually. There are auto sizes set right. Yeah, I would never do that, actually. I know there are, but I would never use them because that's against the entire purpose of responsive design. Picking a device and clicking on it is the antithesis of responsive design. Don't do what Vera is telling you to do. Because what Vera is telling you to do is, and this is actually left over from old thinking, this idea that, oh, I want to see what it looks like on an iPad. Oh, I want to see what it looks like on this. Oh, I want to see what it looks like on this. You want to kill that thinking in the bud right now. That is not responsive design. Responsive design means that the content looks good at whatever width we have. Any width whatsoever. You don't have to worry about breakpoints. You don't have to worry about setting all of the stuff that Vera's mentioning right now. Vera, no offense, but don't do that. So what you really want to do is make sure your content looks good at any width possible, as within reasonable possibility. If I wanted to get really nuts, I could even make the font even smaller here and support it on, like a little LED screen on the middle of a fridge or something. So the core concept of responsive design is making your content look good on everything, not just on a mobile device. And that's what is meant by this diagram up above that shows the web right here. I'm going slow, but where was it? So there's just there's no mobile web anymore. So the mobile web and everything, that was when we all got crazy about breakpoints and everything. See, it's not this. This is what he's talking about. Let's go click on the button and change it to all these different settings. We really don't care about that. What we care about is that we don't know what size it is. So we need to stop setting breakpoints and just make it look good. And that is the core of responsive design. It's the core principle. All right, I think I'm about ready to wrap up. It's 4 o'clock. And the rest of this stuff is just we did responsive design. The rest of this, I think, is just review. Wait, why am I covering responsive design in chapter 3? How did I get down here? Well, I'm definitely gonna have to cut that out. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how I did that, but I made a huge mistake. So I got down to covering responsive design. Oh no, we're fine. We're fine. I'm ahead of. I'm really tired. I'm really tired. From random links you guys posted in chat. All right, so this is responsive design, and we're almost done through chapter 3. Actually, I'm right. I'm sorry. I actually am. It's strategy for dealing with unknown screen sizes. Okay, so that's all you need to know. And we talked about this. She's hitting on it really hard. Okay, I just railed on accessibility, right? And accessibility means this is part of the whole thing. Hey, Tobias. It's a pleasure as always. Good to see you. So here we go. We have, although intended for users with disabilities and poor vision, the techniques and strategies that are accessible also benefit other users less than optimum browsing experiences. People are, this is another thing. So half of the internet doesn't even have broadband. So we keep designing as if everybody's got a main thing. If you want to, that's fine. Yeah. We keep designing as if we have all this bandwidth, and we don't. And we have to stop doing that, because you're automatically eliminating an entire audience. And that's not just people who use links. That's people from all kinds of backgrounds. So stop doing it. This is why this book is so important. And this is why just going through Free Code Camp doesn't cover any of this. And so there are 4 broad categories for disabilities: vision impairment, mobile impairment, auditory, and cognitive impairment. Web Accessibility Initiative, you should know about this. We're not going to read deeply about this, but it's important you go through this. There's actually an entire way to get your page certified as being web accessible. And they have ways that you can go have your site checked out. I just think it's interesting. She covers all of this before she even tells you one line of HTML about how to do it, because it's really important to her as a designer. It's one of the reasons I really love Jen. Her stuff might be a little outdated and everything, but I really love everything that she's doing here. So anyway, here we go. Another W3C effort. And this is W3C. What WG doesn't care about this stuff. They just want their browser to be advanced because they're corporations. W3C, to be fair, they are championing these kind of things, and they're not getting attention from the other areas. So I'm glad I read that, because that's a good reminder that W3C does still matter. I mean, I kind of, trashed on them because they were irrelevant, and and Vera's right. They actually still are very relevant in many areas, and this is an important one. I totally forgot about this one. So they've been running accessibility for a long time. So you can go read about that. There's actually plugins you can get that will tell you if you violated accessibility things, and it will show you what your website looks like when it's got some violations of that. We're not going to be doing using any accessibility tags for our projects other than what we go through in the website and in the book. But I don't remember her. At least I don't remember her covering any of that stuff as a part of our development. But maybe I'm remembering that wrong. So here we go. U.S. government accessibility requirements. This is the lawsuit that Pizza Hut lost because they were not providing accessibility in their website. So places like Cargo, the cargo site, if I wanted to, I could open a class action lawsuit against them for violating Section 508 of the U.S. Accessibility Code. They're literally in violation of the law. You know who else is? Dev.to. You would not believe how many sites are in violation of the law because they're not providing accessible websites. Now, it's only for companies that I think have to have. I think because we could probably wiggle out of it because they're not providing like a service of some kind. They're not like a business is providing a service because it's like a project. I think they might be able to get away with it. but if you are a licensed company, I think that's how they can get you. And I'm pretty sure that nonprofits can wiggle out of this, so they'll probably find a wiggle out of it. Documents shall be organized so they are readable without requiring an associated style sheet. Did you see that right there? How many sites have that? Look, you don't have to bag on the other people. You can just choose to follow these basic accessibility requirements in everything that you make. And I bet you like, for one thing that I always do is the alt tag, right? Now there's some, I'm guilty. There's been a few things here I probably have left off. Alt tags on occasion I'll leave off. But Markdown makes it very easy to include alt tags. So I'm better with those now that I use Markdown. When a page uses scripting language to display content or to create interface elements, the information provided by the script shall be identified with functional text that can be read by assistive technology. Now, there is some JavaScript rendered sites that do this, and it depends on the accessive technology. There's two ways to achieve this. One of them is to not use JavaScript, and the other one is to use JavaScript that uses ARIA tags, that generates ARIA tags, whatever they are. And so, to be fair, I don't like saying this because I hate that this is a thing, but there are sites that are generated by JavaScript which can satisfy this requirement, because the tags they're generating automatically that depend on JavaScript fulfill the requirement for certain assistive technologies, and so they therefore pass, because the JavaScript created tags that have these extra tags, these elements, these created elements with these extra attributes in them that allow it to be, viewed properly on and with modern assistive software, which usually boils down to a Chrome plugin or something like that. And you can actually download the accessibility plugin. The problem I have with that is that still throws everybody who doesn't have JavaScript behind them under the bus. So you might be able to meet the minimum requirements from this, but you've pretty much violated progressive design principles as well as responsive principles. So you're still not doing your job, because you are making it so a large population, not just people who use links, can't even read your stuff because they don't have JavaScript. So don't like that at all. The need for speed, high performance. Although the number of users accessing the internet are slow, dial-up connections is shrinking. There you go. The percentage of folks using mobile phones to access the web is increasing dramatically, and for some sectors, social media and search, mobile has already exceeded desktop usage. And I showed you those numbers on Can I Use. Site performance is critical regardless of how your users access your site. A study in 2009 from Google showed that addition of 100 milliseconds. Somebody who cited this on the site on the community earlier is not here. There are many things you can do to improve. Optimize images, streamline HTML, minimize JavaScript, keep JavaScript to minimum, add scripts, don't load unnecessary assets, etc. Lazy loading, all that. So I think we're moving through this. If you'd like to see for yourself, you can go to the network tool available and see your performance, and I'll show you that later. There is a tab under your Chrome browser. It'll show you how fast your page loads and how fast all of its assets load. Here it is right here. I'm not going to pull this up. This is homework. Go experiment with this week. And for further reading, other techniques, Lara Hogan has assembled a list of performance-related studies. Interesting. Make the web faster from Google. That's nice. I haven't read that one. I'll have to go look at that one. Lots of sites to test yourself, many of which I've never used. So that's something that would be fun. I think, again, I jump usually to part 2 of this book. So this is good for me. I'm glad I'm going through this. Whyslow.org. Progressive enhancement, test yourself. You can take that test for yourself. This is the standard for web accessibility. Anytime you see an ARIA attribute in an element, that's because it's related to accessibility. I think we're done. HTML for structure. All right, so that's gonna wrap it up for tonight. I will admit I kind of rushed through that part 3, the chapter 3 there, but I had covered most of that stuff in rants previous. And as I've said before, this is just kind of very organic, and the Vimeo stuff will be a little bit more orderly, and I'll chop it up and edit it for you. But I just needed to get the content out there, so I had something to do, which is why I'm kind of powering through, because I want to get this content done and available to you in edited form sooner rather than later, and we got a lot of chapters to go through. So the next time when we come back, we will be covering HTML for Structure, which covers the editors to use. We'll be installing VS Chromium and using that, and that will begin next Friday at midnight. So I'm going to go ahead and take a break. I think we probably lost a lot of our people. I think they kind of fell asleep. and that's fine. This I always knew that this was going to be 4 hours of intense stuff, and that many people would not be able to last for the whole 4 hours, just like in the other beginner boosts, and that's totally fine. The reason is because you're going to be able to go back and you're going to be able to watch it. But for me, in order to get this finished, I have to push through this, because I have to be able to chop it up and put some more stuff out there. But don't feel like, if you get tired and you can't keep up, don't feel like you can't just like drop off and take a break and come back and look at the materials during the week. Okay? Because I don't want you to get too burned out. And I really appreciate all of the conversation and all of the help from all of our chatty little people. They all obviously, did you notice how quiet it got? Everybody went over to watch a dentist, probably. Everybody's over watching Dennis. They're all over playing with Dennis, because he's taken all of our nerdy advanced people over. It got really quiet. It's just us beginners now, which is fine. I love y'all. Dennis, last miles. Yeah, and that's fine if you need to drop out too. Guys, once again, it's been fantastic. I'm going to go take a break, and I will be on doing other coding during the week if you want to join me, but it's not going to be for beginners usually. I don't mind a beginner question here or there, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are your time. So, off-topic question: I never tried Python or Go. Is Go more low-level than Python for doing server-side stuff? Yes. I recommend Go, but Python's not bad. I don't like Python. I missed it. Can it be used for Hugo themes? What? Go? Yes. Good night, guys.